Alright, folks, welcome back. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は200、19、19日目です。It's day 219. We are back from our approximately week absence from this. Vacation mode was taken off around the same time during the day yesterday in order to emulate the timing that we have. And sure enough, we start off going back into this strong with a level update, right? Because today will be, oh no, a lesson day, the second half of level 21, right? And it may be something else. I feel like there were maybe 80-ish things, so there might be like 18 burn items, perhaps. Yeah, we're gonna get right into it. We'll talk about the week's time when we have the opportunity. Right. All right, let's get right into it. You'll feel as though time has not passed, right? I was away for over 5 days, right? For an anime convention. All right, let's see. I did not do anything during that period when it comes to WaniKani. So we're coming back fresh, sort of. All right. Okay. Ugh. Build. What am I building? Oh. Wait. Yoga and a brush? Huh. Yoga and a brush. Or is that a pen? Oh, did I type Gen or Ken? I probably typed Gen. That's pretty Ken. Okay, things are coming back. Cross and mouth was supposed to be come true. Oh, what is okay? Oops. What's the whole thing on the right? I just want to straight up say ye, but that's not how that works. Words. Say. I don't think the second thing is separated. Like sheep will be the bottom thing then. Sort of meeting. Oh, this is rough. No, it could be... It has something to do with meeting, obviously, but... Deliberation? Deliberation.
Kaigi.
Kaigi. Assembly, etc. No, that's not it. I want to say
目覚める
mezameru. The heck? See, memorize. Mezameru. I remember. Being a leader. Oh boy. There was something interesting that they did with the left radical, right? It's two parts that I was something wedged in between good and bad, or good and evil. Good and evil. What was the breakup of this? Ken-o. Ken-o. I don't... Oh, wait. Is that the Mona Lisa? That's supposed to be the Mona Lisa? Yeah, that's supposed to be.
剣を
Ken-o. Oh, no, wait. That's not good and evil. That's, or hate. Discuss. Okay. Fine. Elements. Element and just gone. I want to say it's K. I think that's right. Element. No. Still. What? Oh, right. Oops. What? Oh. Wait.
Tadoshi.
Adoshi. Adoshi. Okay. What is oh
倒す
also? Oops, not knockout, not over. Okay. Okay.
心得
Kokoroe. No. Actually. Yes.
"議会
Ikai. What? Oh,
飲酒運転
Inshunten. Oh, wait.
災害
Ikai. What? Oh. Hmm. Nature or character? Right? And how the oh
得体
Itai. Okay.
"暴走族
Also.
面倒
Endo. Oops. I missed the R.
火災
Asai.
イライラする
Irai suru. I can't spell.
飛行機
Okay.
宇宙船
Jusen. Hmm. Interesting. It's towel on a okay.
布地
Yunoji. Or I guess cloth. What the heck? What?
Sonota
Oh, Hoka. Hoka. Sonota. Which one was the primary? Oh, they're usually interchangeable. I see. I keep typing Ako instead of Hoka. Okay. This doesn't have. Oh, it is a burn item. That's a little bit weak.
立てる
That's an interesting burn. Hmm. Excuse me? What the heck? This one had a pivot. I don't know what the pivot. What is the pivot from deliberate? Or it's not deliberate. I'm thinking of something else. Righteousness. Let me think of the Hanzuhiro one. What is that supposed to be? We have the tsunami. That's supposed to be creeper. No idea what that is. Or what the component, the radical is that they have. They have a creeper. I want to say that's a drunkard with a cliff. That tell me anything. Sensei ni shukudaiをちょっとだけしてもらいました。Give you something a little this. Hmm. School. The professor gave homework that is a little this, or maybe discussed it. Hmm. No. Doesn't seem like it. What else could it mean? What could you mean? I have to skip on this one. To decrease? Herasu?
減らす
Herasu. Herasu. Whoops. I have a problem with this. Herasu. Yeah, to decrease something. Need to refresh a component here. That is a drunkard and a creeper. Oh, they just considered it creeper. Okay. Ugh, and this one's not great. Okay. I'll think about that. Not that great. Weapon and say. Will create. Establish. Establish. Or build? Okay. Excuse me? Sanka. Wait. What in the actual... So my initial thought is... oh, wait. This is Crescent Moon or something. No. No, this isn't it. It's just a date, right? This is a burn. Why is it written like that? My gut initially was Sankaketsu, but maybe it's Crescent Moon? No, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, no, wait. This might actually be Crescent Moon. So if it's Crescent Moon, we have to use Kunyomi. And we have to use Kunyomi. Probably be like... Me... Ah? Zuki? Mikazuki.
Mikazuki
Yeah, so it's Crescent Moon. Okay. Yay, I don't know what it is, but it has something to do with Ken. Oh, right.
参加する
Ankasuru. What? Wait. No. I really thought it was expense. I have no idea to fit the things together, right? This is to join meeting, join. Ume awaseru.
埋め合わせる
Ume awaseru. Oh, this is Barry. It's like okay. What? Oh, wait.
県議
Engi. Oh, that's a C. It needs to be a C. Okay. So now...
生む
Oops.
期限
Again. What? Oh. That's a burn. Okay.
固有名詞
Yumeshi. Okay. Hmm.
暴力団
Boryokudan. Hmm. A part of me wanted to write Ika
いい加減にしろ
Ikagen ni shiro. Okay. Right, lots of shellfish. What? Becky. Oh. My hands are, my ears and my brain are saying it's Fusegi, but no. Okay, let's try a different approach here. How am I missing the middle part? This is what? Wonder? Yeah, makes me wanna... Oops. Really? I think the middle is off. Oh, thought? What? Wait. Oh, wait. Yeah.
不思議
Biggie. Okay.
世の中
Okay. What are my thoughts about using VR chat for conversation practice? Seems alright. You have just found out about that method recently? I see. That seems alright. Lots of pre-selection in VR chat, so taking that into account, if VR chat is your scene, I mean, certainly a way to have conversation. Some good burns. What is that supposed to be a burn of? Okay. Let's see. What's the right thing supposed to be? Festival? Right. Oh, how do you find the VR chat thing? That's not my scene, so I don't really have any too much comments on it. I think the thought is that oftentimes the conversations we have outside may be reflected in VR chat, but generally VR chat constitutes a different sub culture, a sub communication culture of a wider one. So it's kind of more like what is in VR chat stays in VR chat situation. I find that it's one maybe it can sound a little bit like a double standard, but if you're not heavily integrated or pre-selected into the environment of VR chat, the type of conversation practice that you have would largely be confined to VR chat. But if you're already in that scene, it's very excellent. Much like other things. Just doesn't happen to be my type of scene. I think it deals with my particular a bit of indifference to VR chat is that what people do or seek in VR chat is very different from is significantly different from the conversations I have about language. So this is from an outside perspective. I don't know if the subculture in VR chat has changed, but for myself, it's kind of like learning how to do conversational practice in a private Discord, and that Discord is, I don't know, dedicated to webtoons only. Then your conversational practice and contextual pattern stuff will be revolving around how strong the self-selection is. Yeah, most of my stuff that I would have conversational practice about is coming up in 2020, I guess in 2026. And most of it is going to be about like news broadcasts and review, like scholarly paraphrasing and whatnot. So that is something that would not be represented in VR chat. Unless something really changed. It's been a long time. VR chat was brought up when I was starting off on Duolingo with Japanese. That's one of those things where when people say, oh yeah, you know, I use VR chat, and then I would ask them about details, and they would be like, we just chill and talk about whatever, and that tells me that it's probably some niche conversation topics that I may or may not be interested in. What I'm going off of right now when it comes to the VR chat self-selection is that has nothing to do with in the beginning or immediately. I think you're misunderstanding the context. When I mentioned when I was starting off, it's other people sharing their experiences. They weren't. It's mostly casual convo in your experience. Well, that's perfectly fine, casual conversation. But what I'm drawing parallels with is, regardless of how casual or advanced you are, it doesn't improve your conversation, whether it's casual or formal. The topic matter in VR chat is very substantially different from like a stranger introduction. It's a lot of self-selection. So in English, like, I'm not using the Japanese as a version, I'm talking about in English, you can actually, in my opinion, someone who don't like engage in VR chat, the people who speak about VR chat with the English that they use from VR chat, it's highly significantly unintelligible to the casual conversation that you would have in different environments. So for me, I met a couple of these people who their scene was VR chat. So like when I was starting out, not them, they were already well into their Japanese studies, because Japanese language learners like to hop in a new age, like a new person, and talk about how much they learned and whatnot. So most of the people say like, oh yeah, I use VR chat, and I would ask them like, what do you talk about? What do you use the Japanese or whatnot about? And they would be a little bit vague. And I'm not entirely sure if it's because that's the way they normally express themselves. If they normally express themselves, or obviously there's a lot of strong selection, right, by what they talk about. And it's kind of like a Vegas situation. Yeah, human being. Like, I'm being a little bit more, I'm trying to be a little bit, I don't want to overstretch my deductions, but generally the type of conversations that they have would likely not be the ones that they would use when they're talking to like me. So when they were using English, I was asking, so you know, what did you learn in VR chat in Japanese? And they would choose to use English, but the way they speak about it in English already tells me that the stuff that they practice or use in VR chat is not something you use in like the conversation that we have now. So this is still a casual conversation in English. The dialogue and the vocabulary that I use is still casual English, but their form of casual English in VR chat is wild. It's something that's a little bit that would take some use. So I'm curious. I don't know enough Japanese, right? So I'm curious if when you throw yourself in an example in Japanese, I would imagine even that can have an effect. So I've often wondered, one day, maybe like another 5 or 6 years. I don't know if VR chat's gonna be around 5 or 6 years now. They probably mutate into something else. The dialect. So VR chat definitely has a specific dialect, and it's pretty wild. And I'm using my experience looking at English versions. Like, if you take a person who's habitually in VR chat in English, you would think that a person who's learning English in VR chat would sound very different from what is construed as casual conversation. There are people who really like that. And I often wondered the same about Roblox, because Roblox is a social platform as well, right? And then we definitely already can appreciate how TikTok jargon has much diversified or diverged from other ones. Nowadays, you might even be able to tell the difference between someone who spends more time on a Twitch platform than a YouTube platform. And since most of the time you're using YouTube to send me messages or like converse this way, it's actually quite in the how long has it been? I think it's getting close to 2 years running both sides, both the Twitch and the YouTube side, and I can tell you that there is enough significant interaction in my roughly 2 years of experience that I can tell that a person is either a YouTuber first, someone who spends more time conversing about YouTube environment versus a Twitch environment. And I think VR chat is a hyper version of that. It's incredibly closed off, and I have never stepped in VR chat, but I have watched other people step in VR chat. And if learning a language is also done in that environment, I can only imagine what when you're learning Japanese, I can only imagine what that Japanese is like. I've had this conversation before about how native Japanese speakers may send criticisms, or advanced Japanese language learners may send criticisms about learning from anime, right? Like, oh, you like reading manga, you like reading anime, and then there's this like contrast or divisiveness between, oh, but normal people don't speak like that situation. And I feel like VR chat might even exacerbate that to a greater extent. I don't actually think it's a bad thing for learning. Like, when you learn things, it forms foundations, and that practice and foundations can lead to changes. You can then use that as a form of basis. If you're actively learning, you take what you know and practice, and you can change it. You can add on to it. So to me, my thoughts are, if you like VR chat and you're on there all the time and it's part of your lifestyle, that sounds fantastic. Turning it into an actively learning environment, maybe the set of challenge that person might encounter, right? However, you're still engaged in it, and that's showing up, right? The consistency question. Hey, Bree, welcome. I am well today. I'm rested. How was Otakon? Otakon was great. This year, it went off without a hitch. I can share a few things. To quickly recap a little bit. I typically have random roommates. So as a staff member, right, someone who volunteers at a convention, I put my preferences for rooms, like if it's co-ed, or I don't have any preferences. So generally outside of like smoking, right? So you get put into it, and I met 2 new roommates. They were interesting people. We had a lot of conversations about lifestyle. It's more the, if you want to imagine what the conversation is like, it's more or less the same conversations we have here on online, where I ask about the person, talk about their lifestyles, and then maybe I will introduce anecdotes of my own in order to create an empathy link. So I met 2 new peeps this year. Every year on minimum, I meet 2 new people who either have gone to many conventions and whatnot. And I learned from these two individuals embrace a lifestyle of convention going. And I thought that was kind of neat. So I spent a lot of time understanding what it's like to constantly go to conventions. I'll share more as I'm going, but the work side of things went off without a hitch. Every day there was a long line I usually work during those long line periods. I think the unofficial number is that we didn't exceed last year's attendance, but it still exceeded 40,000, which is awesome. Let's see. Here's a few language learning related things. Since we're language learning right now, I did overhear Koreans. I also overheard multiple Japanese people, and I also overheard Chinese people, and they were all foreigners. And we got to use some of them. I didn't know how to speak Korean. We had Korean guests at the convention, and the hotel that I usually stay in that's attached to the convention, that's where the guest stays. So there was a K-pop group in as a guest, and we have mediators, they have agents and individuals. So when I was walking back to the hotel, I heard some phrases that I'm kind of familiar with in Korean. So it was pretty neat. Then there were Japanese guests that head back and forth. Like there was this one, there was a couple that was talking about how it was hot, Atsui. So you just pick up the context and nonverbal cues really do enhance what it is. Like immediately you're hot, they're hot, and then when you hear Atsui, you're like, it has to be the hot, right? Again, there are homonyms, but because of that context of the stuff, you can make out most of the conversation. Now, where did I get to use something was a lot of fun. This is the first year, or this is technically the second year after my language learning, but now I can actually engage and initiate in casual conversation. So my roommates were they looked multicultural, largely due to like complexion and their accent when they're speaking English. Both of them have an English accent. And it's a mixed English accent. So one is of the Asian American side, and the other one is, I guess you can kind of call it like Caribbean American, or like a mix between Caribbean and Latina, sort of. So I asked my roommates on the first day when we were having breakfast, like, do you happen to be multilingual? So one person spoke Spanish. The other person, they didn't say they spoke anything else, but I imagine they were a heritage speaker. So what I mean by that is they acknowledged that they understood to some extent or familiar with their dialect. And it was a Chinese dialect, and it's of the southern variety, so much southern, so even smaller group than Fujianese, which is my parents, and not northern, which is what I'm used to hearing, like northern accents, because sometimes West Coasters join in the Otakon, they travel, right? Otherwise it would be like Fujianese. I haven't met another Fujianese person in Otakon before, but this person is even south of that. I didn't get since they didn't spoke, I didn't get a chance to hear what that accent sounds like, but it does translate into their English. The nice thing is I got to speak Spanish. It was specifically Dominican DR, which is funny because my only source of like outside interactions with another Spanish speaker was actually here on the stream, and this person happens to be from New York, and they explained all I asked him a lot of times about, oh, so what do it's actually Dominican Spanish is one of the dominant groups in New York. So he explained a lot of the stuff, and it all came up during our conversation. So it was really fun to his name I called him SD, but most of that stuff came up when we were speaking Spanish. The person had like this ebb and flow between Spanish. It's very Americanized, like multicultural kind of conversation. Now, in terms of actually using the language, I used it by introducing, like, hey, I asked this person, do you happen to be multilingual? Like, 你听到的中文吗? Right? And then they're like, no. They express that it would be cool, or wish that they would have, because Mandarin is still the national language, right? But I wasn't able to have a conversation long enough with them. Maybe they would be curious in learning, because it's only been less than a year and a half, I would say, for Mandarin. But Mandarin has initiating is pretty good. He like responded by no, of course no. And then he's like, he spoke a dialect, and I was like, 你也听得福州话吗? And he's like, no, different thing. So that was like my initial thing. And then obviously, like, hablo un poco español. Está like Dominican Republic, DR, right? And it was kind of fun hearing them explain some of the nuances of Dominican Republic in Spanish. I don't know how to refer to it right now, but DR Spanish, Americanized DR Spanish. I know you put on Discord pause indefinitely for duels, but I do kind of selfishly wish you bring it back. Yeah, no, we're gonna start after it's gonna start after this month, or like soon-ish again, because last month was just way too much things going on. But here's like an example. You are bored? What did you do in the last couple of evenings? While you write that, I'll continue with some like little bits of story about language learning, right? I would say I greeted about approximately 1,000 people. Could have been 1,000. I'm gonna say I've at least handed out 500 badges myself. Like personally myself, it's probably way more than that. I'm gonna say like 1,000 over myself personally, hand 1,000, but I probably encountered at least 10,000 people, right, out of the 40-ish thousand during my time at Otakon. And I've met some interesting ones. So I'll give you some highlights of interesting ones when it comes to foreigner interaction. I absolutely love being the first one to greet people. Like, hear me out before I share these anecdotes. I know this sounds like just someone who's very bored at life, or maybe not understanding because they don't work their entire life. But you know the passport people? You know how like people who check passports? I always thought that's how I feel when I do registration at Otakon. And of course I don't do it for a living, and Otakon only happens once a year, right? And you only do it 3.5 days of the year. But my thought is that's kind of how it feels. It's when someone shows up and they show you a form of ID and stuff, I'm like, I wonder what they're doing. Like, so it's one of those, you're kind of the first person to be seen a lot of times when you go to this thing. And that's just a setup for me saying, oh, you know, it would be kind of fun to be like a, what do you call them? Like in the United States, I guess they would be like TSA officers or employees, like travel security people, right? Where I would be the guy for maybe the first month. I would, because I don't know what it's like to work a long time. He was smiling like, oh, hey, I see that you're from, Spain. It's like, welcome to the United States, that kind of thing. And then I would like sort of chat it up and kind of slow down the process, but or try to squeeze in some conversations. So to give you an idea of what it's like when someone encounters me in the registration is, I observe something in the way they do things, either how they approach, their behavior, their form of ID, maybe a lot of times, right, their names are interesting, their form of payment is interesting, their credit cards might have certain flares to it, their cosplay might be different, their family unit might be different, their demeanor varies. And in order to make it friendly, I spend most of my time saying one or two things to like break the ice immediately. So it's kind of like speed dating over and over again, like speed meeting someone. And whenever I see something interesting, I'm like, oh, hey, like I read someone whose name was a low key. It was close to big butts, and I didn't have the heart to say like, what is it like, because it reminded me of a comedy show that I think the person's name was Seymour. Oh no, like, you know how you make like telephone calls, like prank telephone calls, and I remember this particular scene in The Simpsons where Bart uses the joke Seymour Butts, right? Seymour and Butts. But I actually, for the first time in my like almost 20 years of Otakon, I've encountered someone whose name is Butts. Butts. And I actually asked the person, do you happen to know where the origin of this is? Like, what is their heritage? They didn't know, but it's still really interesting. So these things come up all the time. Now, I'll share with you some of these anecdotes. Oftentimes when you buy tickets, right? When you buy tickets online, when you get to the cash register, when you get to the booth, right, where I would be sitting, generally we need a form of ID, and that ID has to match the person who owns the tickets. Now, this creates a little bit of a conundrum, Because if you think about it, some people like to buy tickets for other people, and then it's like a gift, and then when they ask register, they think that the ticket itself, like the badge, needs the name of the person that they're buying for. So what happens is when they come up to the booth, that person, the person who has the ticket and the name, has to be present with their ID. Now, there are different situations where the person who buys the ticket puts all like let's say four tickets under their name because they're the purchaser. Then they can pick up all four tickets. Now, this is where language comes in. Language learners come in. Now, it's very difficult in English to ascertain this relationship. Like when you say, "Oh, who is this ticket for?" It's very difficult. Like the way the website is done and name, are they referring to who is the person who's going to have the ticket or the person who is buying the ticket? So there's not a clarity in that. And what often happens is they tend to be foreigners or multicultural people that have different expectations of purchasing. It's not super statistically significant, like it's not super different, but it is significant. So this is where my anecdote leads to using foreign language. One time there was this Chinese person. I know he's Chinese because of what he says later. Usually they're in a group of four. So they're in a group of four, and one of the Chinese person is part of the event. They had a special badge already, and they had like a panel, like a panelist on them. There are identifiers for people who actually are part of the convention. So, but he bought 3 other tickets, and they were all under his name. So when you go line up, you have all these booths, and the groups split up. It is a common interaction sometimes. So groups split up, and they think if they present their ID, they would get their tickets. It's not going to happen if all the tickets are under the person's name. So there's this one guy, there's one Chinese guy walking around, and they're like talking in Chinese. They're trying to grab him and whatnot. And then when we were talking, and then instead of doing that, I just asked like, okay, 你买的票 right? Otokan 票是用什么名字 right? And then that person came by. It's like 这名字的票是你的吗? Right? So immediately it just went into a very situation that I've already been prepared for. And because the vocabulary is already there, I simply replaced it with the English, right? But it was already, intelligible enough to get the idea that I was asking the person's name, like the ticket, is this your name? And if it's not, do you know whose name it is? And then when that person came by, it's like, is this your name? And then, the person's like, 对，这是我的名字. And I asked them like, 你名字是什么? Right? Just to clarify, I asked them back, like, what is their name? Just to so we can confirm it. So my mannerisms and stuff naturally didn't change. I simply shift over to Mandarin to replace all the common questions that I would have, like, may I have your ID, right? Or what's your name and how many tickets, that kind of thing. It was really, really wonderful. So that was one of the examples. The other example was this really cute couple. It was a father and a son, and the way they walked and interacted with each other, in a sense, I don't want to break it down too much, but screamed Japanese. at least Japanese and foreign, right? Not Japanese American, right? So they come up and immediately when I asked them for a form of ID, Japanese passports came out. I think they have a relatively common common last name, like Kurosaki, probably. Kurosaki and maybe like Ryuji Kurosaki is one of them. So they presented, the person spoke English really well though, so that was kind of cool. And I was asking like, oh hey, like they voluntarily shared that they were on vacation. I'm like, okay, how long have you been, like, or what's the nature of your vacation? And the person, they happened to be visiting DC in the United States from Japan, and Otakon happens to be happening while that is. So that's really adorable. And I was able to say, America ni yokoso or something like that. Basically like welcome to America, right? Like welcome to the United States. And that's all I got for that one, largely because that person also spoke English quite well. In fact, it had a Japanese accent to it, but it was like one of those ones where you can clearly see that this person does spend time commuting to the United States, because it was an American accent. Like it was a combination of a Japanese and an American accent. The kid was pretty adorable. Like I think the kid was maybe 12 years old ish. I also see a lot of date of births and stuff because I see their IDs and their passports all the time. It was cool to be able to say yokoso, right? That's welcome in Japanese. And I just said America ni, just because I'm not quite sure if I only need to say America and then yokoso. So the ni is the particle that modifies America for like welcome. So that's all I got on that one. They didn't have any problems. So I realize now that for the most part, most of my use of Spanish, Japanese, and Chinese were all solving problems during the week. There was another anecdote about it's an extended family. They were clearly Spanish or Hispanic of nature. And they were speaking more of the Spanish that I'm familiar with, like the Mexicano Spanish. And they were asking like, you know, ¿qué pasa? Like what's happening between the transactions? And when the younger people was explaining to the older, it was a really cute group. Like they're usually quite big, like maybe two much older, like grandparents. And then there'll be like two immediate parents, which looks very, in complexion, very similar to the younger ones. So sometimes you might not, it's hard to tell who's like the parent and who's the child, but the grandparents are often the ones speaking Spanish. And, you know, like, at most I would get in like, estás listo, right? Estás listo, like you're ready, it's good, you're good to go. Whenever I say estás listo, I really want to capture the idea. I do the like thumbs ups, like you're ready to go, you know, enjoy your con, right? These at most disfrutar, right? Use disfrutar to enjoy in some conjugation form here and there. It was fun. I hope that next year it'll be even more involved, but largely I found that when all the common questions, all the things that I have to say minimally when they have to get their tickets, like all the common questions that I would receive and all the common answers that I might have to use, I can express in at least the 4 languages right now. And that is pretty fun. Oh, and one extra tidbit. I haven't used Duolingo in a while, right? It's been like over a month. But the sound effects in Duolingo is engraved into my brain. And sometimes I like go to bed and I think I'm hearing the Duolingo sound. By the way, I'm still like doing practices and stuff. It's not, I'm not advancing the lessons, but I also continue, like when I'm walking and stuff, I continue to do Duolingo stuff. I kid you not. This is what I feel is missing from, or I could do French. I'll read your paragraph in one last thing. This is the part that I feel lots of people on the internet who do not spend time, like it's not a bad or good thing, it's like a different sphere, right? It's a different sphere. People who spend a lot of time online, they understand what it's like to learn a language online, like in their specific spheres online. But when I'm out, like at Otakon, I can't tell you how often I hear the Duolingo sounds, the chimes and stuff. And the people that do them, like they do them whenever they can. Like I was talking to my, I was catching up with my friend. That person is like two-time father, right? I have two little ones. And I talk to people about children all the time, like their education, the platforms, whether they're going to that's my thing. Like I spend at least 80 to 90% of my time conversing with other people about children. Like, are they teenagers now? Are they adults? Like growing up. So this person, when I mentioned, when they ultimately asked me, oh, what have you been doing in the last year? I talked about language learning, and they would bring up language learning. I mean, and what happens immediately is you notice that they at least use Duolingo to squeeze in like some vocabulary, right? So the interesting thing is, because I know they use Duolingo, I know what's in it. And what happens is I use that as a conversation starter to introduce some of the stuff. So that person, immediately I would have thought that person knows Spanish, and they brought up Spanish, and I was like, oh hey, have you already reached a chapter on like past participles or something? Estás estudiando aquí, like estás estudiando aquí ahora, right? Like something like that. Or trabajando, está trabajando aquí, y I don't know, estudiando español, tarde, right? Tarde. So it was crazy how obvious now it is when I start thinking about Duolingo, how when you look around as they're like people are walking and they're waiting in line, I can't tell you how often I just walk by and I just see half the smartphone screens have Duolingo on them. Literally, when I was waiting in line for eating, right? Like there's food services for staff. Right behind me is someone who is auditorily repeating Japanese words from the Japanese Duolingo course, right? And I know which lesson and unit they're on. So it was that's the part that I think is not palpable to someone who's online and spend most of their time online, right? It really speaks volumes to, like, human being brought up VR chat. VR chat is like, it's so difficult to express that if you're not in the VR chat scene. But at the same time, when you're out and about and you're talking about like father figures and mother figures and people who are finding time at conventions while also being with their family, yeah, Duolingo is no contest. Like, I have yet to have someone, I even mention it every time like Duolingo comes up or a Duolingo conversation comes up. I would ask, so what do you think about Babbel or LingQ? Have you tried those? I would say 9 out of 10 times it would be like, no, I don't have time for that, or Duolingo came first, that kind of situation. So online, it may seem like people, constantly go for quote unquote the best or compete, but really it's whatever is most accessible, right? That's kind of the reality of certain things. And it's far more than saying, no, I don't care about another language. And that's why I find very reassuring. My experiences, at least out and about, is very reassuring. In fact, it was kind of fun to see that despite being foreigners who speak certain languages, you can clearly hear that they're shifting as well while they're doing it. So I've gotten far more comfortable in shifting back and forth between languages because the other person would feel more comfortable in that as well. So it would be like a sentence in Spanish and immediately I would convert it in English, right? Because that person had the anticipation of speaking in English, but at the same time, they can immediately go back to Spanish. So that's what happened on all occasions outside of Korean. I clearly heard a couple of Koreans, but I can't even say hi comfortably. So it there was a few times, by the way, I don't know if I took a picture of last year's, but I typically staff members, they're typically wearing something that is very obvious when they're staff members. So whenever I'm walking between my hotel and outside, I get stopped. And oftentimes, because of the way I look, which makes a lot of sense, I do get stopped by foreigners, typically the Asian variety. And it is really excellent to be like, at least be able to answer their questions, because I have already practiced and anticipated what questions I would typically have. So like giving directions, right? Izquierda, like izquierda del building, right? And then I would make a shape building. If I don't remember what the word is, right? I would point to a building, but izquierda de, right? It's to the left, right? Or detrás de, and like, go straight forward, and you still can say those words while pointing at an object. So that kind of thing has worked out really, really well. And now let's see what you couldn't decide on a new show. Okay, start watching. And your partner was playing the Switch practically the entire time, so you couldn't watch TV anyways, which is what you usually do in the evening if no one is streaming on Twitch. Okay. And you did do some genealogy. Okay. But staring at your computer for long periods give you a headache. You didn't spend a lot of time. Yeah. Okay. So how's your Switch thing going? I understand. I typically assume you get some genealogy stuff done. I wonder if you're ever gonna do you plan on like publishing some of the genealogy? What is it? Do you have like a bigger picture of what your genealogy stuff you're going to do? Like what is a milestone in your genealogy studies? New show. Here's a quick catch up on shows. I watched, obviously it's in the Discord. I watched the second season of Sandman, the second and last season of what's his name? Gaiman's Sandman, or adaptation of Gaiman's Sandman. And that show is really interesting. Like Sandman in general is very interesting. I really enjoy the show in its presentation. Its first season was really renowned for its presentation interpretation, but I like seeing mythology being all mixed up and reinterpreted. So it's kind of like Constantine, and Constantine is actually in Sandman. Then I'm currently watching the first season of Peacemaker. I'm kind of like starting to dabble in various things. Peacemaker, the reason why I came back and started watching Peacemaker was brought up by someone I met at Otakon, and I was like, I know Peacemaker from Suicide Squad, right? But I didn't watch up the follow-up show. And then I watched the movie Wicked because I do like myself some movie musicals, and that came up a couple times in Otakon. The presentation of modern movie musicals. Wicked, the second part, Wicked for Good, is coming out in November, I believe, and it did cut. The movie cut exactly where the act usually ends in Broadway. Broadway is split into 2 acts, and the first movie is the first act, and then the second, ending with Defying Gravity. I haven't myself ever watched the Broadway presentation of Wicked. I've always had that, like, I know Wizard of Oz, and then I haven't ever touched Wicked, but I've heard the song Defying Gravity so many times. It's such a beautiful song. Like, the music in movie musicals just makes you want to, like, it's such an emotional type of thing. Like, I've watched Rent, what was it, the West Side Story, and Chicago, Moulin Rouge, those things. Not Cats, though. I haven't seen Cats. Seen a play recording of Hamilton, but watch Wicked. Pretty wonderful. The cinematography is outstanding in that movie, by the way. It just whisks you away into a wonderland, kind of like how Willy Wonka situation works as well. So those are the things I'm doing right now. Yeah, just as a catch up. Yeah, as a catch up. It's so much fun getting a chance to ask people by asking them in the language. Like, most of the stuff that I've been working on, my typical questions, introduction questions, icebreakers, they all come out as the usual things. Like, ¿cómo estás? Right? ¿Cómo estás? 大丈夫ですか? Right? Typically that's as far as you go when you have a stranger interaction. So if I had to plug anything, be a greeter. Go to a convention, volunteer as a registration person or an info desk person. That would get you lots and lots of potential happenstance opportunities to just simply use a different language, especially one that celebrates the international, the nationality or the emphasis of the culture that you're interested in your target language. I think being working at registration presented this time around 4 opportunities. I met an Austrian couple too. It's so adorable. They came to most of the stories are pretty on point. Foreigner comes to DC because it's the United States capital, right? So they went to they wanted to spend like a week or 2 in the United States, so they would visit DC, and just so happens that Otakon is that weekend, and then you get these really interesting interactions. Like, I finally found out from this Austrian couple that it was I don't think they're married, but they're like a couple visiting, and just the 2 of them. And I found out that in American Express cards can have zip codes with less than 5 digits. I didn't know that. I take purchases for tickets. So when I asked them for their zip code, like, may I have a billing zip code? And they were like, 5111. I'm like, is that it? Like, is there another number? Like, is there an extra number? It's like, no. And then they were explaining how they're from Austria. This is very adorable, and I know this can be taken in the wrong way by very sensitive Americans, but the lady said that, oh no, we're from Austria, and then she proceeded to explain to me where Austria is with respect to Germany. And my first thought is, yeah, that's how I would go about it too if I had to explain where Austria is to another American. Like, yeah, that's it. And the reason I laugh about it is because the most common people from Europe that I've met over my lifetime, they're either German or Austrian. So especially when they were Austrians who are now in Germany, and Germans who are now in Austria, and and there's a meme, right? I don't know if you've heard this meme before, but oftentimes people get Austria confused with Australia, and the meme is because of Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? And um, I I would love to have a chat with the Austrian couple. Obviously, these are very tenuous and very quick interactions, so we would have an opportunity to say something, leave an impression, and then move on. But I would always ask, like, yeah, Austria, right? Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? And I would love to see their reaction. I didn't end up pulling the Arnold Schwarzenegger thing. I thought it was kind of funny that the person was describing where Austria is to me, which, again, it's to remind myself that not everyone knows where Austria is, right? At least in the United States. But I just happen to smile and giggle about it because I have a personal attachment to where Germany and Austria is with respect to each other. In fact, it's so common that the most common time zone I use to normalize my time is Germany and Austria. The line, their line along the like time zone, because I know less British people, which is a +4, right? +4 +5 on daylight savings, and then it's +5 +6 for Germany. So I typically use the Germany, and then I would subtract 1. So I'm so used to adding 5 and then subtracting 1 to get UK. That's just, I thought that moment stuck out. Plenty of moments though. So many different accents. Being a language learner, like if you're someone who's into language, and then you maybe you find English, if you're a native English speaker and native English is just boring to you now, I think learning another language and then you're in a position where you greet a lot of people makes English really interesting to listen to. Like it is without a doubt you can pick out a lot of people's accents now just intuitively, or at least me personally. I find it's so interesting. Like, okay, well, this person's probably gonna have a passport and it's probably gonna be from this country. Obviously there's some self-selection in Otakon. Well, in terms of publication, if you're referring to a book that is a possibility, oh, okay. But you have already published a tree on 2 genealogical websites. Oh, okay, and it's public, so anyone can. Oh, okay. The only thing you kept private are those sites are if the person is still living, info is not available. Ah, okay. So you're actively creating legacy already. That's awesome. Free. I did not meet a French couple. I did not meet a French couple though. Yeah. So, couple Chinese, couple Indian, couple Pakistani, Egyptian, and then, like Koreans, Japanese thrown in. And I would say, it being at an anime convention, the large majority of people are multicultural in some regards. However, their English is how you would tell if they have hints of multiculturalism, because their English have very particular peculiarities. And the conversation that we typically have, like, may I see, or what are you here for? How may I help you? In those English words, those greetings, I've heard them so much side by side that you start focusing. It's a lot easier for me to focus on the differences because you've heard it a lot. So after a while, It's like what's interesting are all the subtle differences, and the way people respond to you, their pattern of responding to you, how they answer the question, in what nature or in what syntax and words they choose to reply gives away some things. There was one where the equivalence of daijoubu it was used in English, as opposed, like, some people say, oh, okay, oh, I see, or that's good. It's like, all right. There's so many different responses in English, but you can definitely tell the individuals that you have learned. So, like, what I mean is, like, retroactively learning. So, like, if you're learning, you're an English speaker and you're learning Japanese, you're doing that translation stuff, right? At some point there's translation involved. But when you go the reverse, if you try to imagine the reverse, you also see that after a while of learning the target language, you'll see that, oh, they're probably going to use a very specific English phrasing if they're not, like, attached to the internet, right? Most of the people that have accents are older. They are of an older generation. So they keep a lot of their idiosyncrasies, and it's not normalized to internet groups. So, for example, if everyone learned by quote unquote Duolingo, then they would use those words oftentimes because it would be retroactively forward and reverse. But instead, when a foreigner comes by and they speak English as well, the English words that they settle on have regional differences. And I forgot what that's like. I honestly I didn't necessarily took it for granted, but I absolutely love being in a university environment. Largely because English is incredibly dynamic. It's rarely ever boring to me, right? In fact, when the subject matter is really obtuse to me and very boring, the English is not. The way the person express things is very characteristic. Being in a university with, like, an international pull or international influence makes it so that is the social norm. The social norm is always being attentive to the way someone is speaking, largely because you may need to require that. Oftentimes you step into a room, you don't know what the seminar speaker is going to sound like, because it's gonna take a little bit of time and actively listening to get adjusted to the person's speech patterns. Now, there are words that you can link yourself, right, attach yourself, but the way they speak, it doesn't. I don't think it's any. In fact, I actually think it's harder most of the time in those situations because it takes a bit to settle down. It's different if it's like your boss who you've heard day in and day out giving a presentation. Then you go and listen to this, like, really outstanding person, but their English would be different. The context of this stuff would maybe be understandable already, and you use that context or understanding the semantics, right? The semantics to understand their way of presenting. And presentations aren't really normalized that much in a international conference. In a national or domestic conference, or maybe even a regional conference, then that would be less dynamic. So it would be, without saying too much, it can be a little bit more exhausting to me because it gets a little boring. As in, there's something really special for me anyways, intellectually, to hear different perspective in many different ways. So hearing an idea being presented by someone who isn't my next door neighbor is ultimately going to be more intellectually, I'm not saying better or good, it's more intellectually engaging because the way it's going to be presented, there is a culture behind that. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'll do like some fun exercise where comparing and contrasting what, like, for example, like a Japanese person, how they would go about explaining something versus how an American would go. Like, I know America, you know, the United States is really big, so is Japan. They're like in terms of mix, but let's just say the hypothetical American and the hypothetical Japanese who's already self-selected into like a seminar speaker who's in the area of biology, for example. When you take those two and put them next to each other, despite speaking the same language, they're like being very proficient at speaking the same language, the way their cultural way of going about explaining things is still discernible. And I think that is very refreshing. You're still going to get the same information. Like, what I mean is, ultimately, you're going to extract the same information. Like, the objective nature is this person is speaking about the characterization of a microplasmic vesicle that occurs tenuously during, I don't know, oncogenesis or something like that. But having an understanding that there are two ways to look at it, even presented, is what's incredibly engaging. It's like playing a video game where you already know what's going to happen, but the video game is presented differently, right? Or watching your second iteration of One Piece presented by a different director that works with the source material, right? That type of thing, it is still, again, not a competition, but it is still far more likely to activate and cause you to actively engage in it than having the same presentation over and over again, right? Like watching the same show back to back, it's still different the second time. I absolutely. However, if someone retold the story, it will most definitely be more different than the second time you watch something. I often talk about rewatching things because you yourself is no longer the same person. But now imagine having two people telling the same story. And that to me is one of the things that I find I don't connect with people online at all. Largely because people online have a statistical happenstance of time crunch, being efficient, and only wanting to know the best representation, right? If you are of these three characteristics, oftentimes there are things like, why do you use Duolingo if you already use Anki? Why do you use Anki if you already use WaniKani? It's because they're different. Like, no, they're not. The content that you already know the content. They can't be different, right? That's where my empathy stops with the internet. It's not the same when you're out and about and engaging with human beings that are open to happenstance, right? Otakon being out and about, their happenstance happens, right? There's no curation, avoidance, instant like stop and go than that the internet has to offer. So what happens then is you have one person who interacts with Duolingo slightly different because they're also casually in a Starbucks versus like someone who's standing in line, and instead of playing their Switch 2 that they brought along, I didn't see any Switch 2s, but it's usually like the DS back in the day, they decide to do a lesson on Duolingo. These are different versions of the same thing. What was the purpose of those things? Entertainment. So how do you get that entertainment? Well, you have many different ways to get that entertainment. So online, it's often an embrace of reductive strategies, right? Reductive results because of time and efficiency, right? Time leads into efficiency. So when someone uses two tools that presents the same information, they are treated as though they are the same tools. So the process is lost. When I greet someone, if I think that greeting someone to give them their badge is the only essence of greeting, then everyone is the same. Then you would treat everyone similarly, which can be an argument for equality, right? Like when you think of equality, or maybe equity, I'm not entirely sure how the English is applied here. You know, how, oh, you treat everyone the same. That is certainly your prerogative, but I genuinely do not believe everyone is the same. Not in the sense of liberties, rights. We're not talking about like a super reductive human rights situation. We're talking about personalities, cultures, environments. And what breathes life to me every day is that I am more cultured than I am yesterday. So with each passing year, registration gets less boring because I know even more than I did before. So whenever I greet someone, it's a different experience, and it's an opportunity to practice what I learned. And unlike, I do have neighbors who, like, people who I work with who believe it's the same thing. So like, and it's harmless, right? It's harmless. They would make a comment like, oh, it gets a little tiring since you're basically doing the same thing 300 times in a row in a day. It's like, I don't think of it at all in that way. It's different every single time, unless I'm assuming the people I'm greeting is the same person every single time. It's not, right? And then when something bad happens, that same person is able to realize, oh, maybe they're having a bad day. That's not everyone. It's like, exactly. But when you think that they're not having a bad thing and they're having a good thing, you reduce it to being the same. That's what happens with language learning a lot of times. That's the perspective that I feel. Like, human being asked about VR chat, and I was talking about all the ways in which I don't understand how it's different, and then I'm trying to draw parallels of how it may be the same. So treating those things make it sound like there's more to it. It makes it interesting. It kind of tempts me to want to know more and learn more. So even the most mundane activities, I suppose, when people look at it reductively, becomes exciting because it's an opportunity to make it not the same. So when I see the kid, I see a 13-year-old come up, I don't summarize them in the sense that, oh, this kid probably doesn't have an ID, we might need a school ID. It's like, my first thought is, I wonder if this kid's gonna present me with a school ID, or are they from a foreign country? So then we would have to do something else, right? And that's kind of where I get lost. I lose touch with people who spend so much time with a controlled environment, or a semblance of controlled environment. I don't think conversation, for example, just to bring it back to language learning, I do not believe conversation, problem solving, the natural ebb and flow of integrating new things like speaking a language into your lifestyle without fully embracing the idea that almost all your knowledge and your interaction with people are going to be due to happenstance. With that said, if you spend most of your time on the internet, you spend most of your time in a selective group and they're self-selected, it's perfectly serviceable until you leave the group, right? Until you spend time away from the group. So for myself, most of the time, like this stream, this digression, is to celebrate what happens when it's not controlled. There's so many beautiful things you can do, and inherently it's part of the human condition. When something is not, when you're not used to it, yes, you do get anxious and nervous, but there's also the opposite, excitement, right? getting cultured, being surprised, both bad and good, right? Maybe like embarrassment versus pleasant, right? Pleasant surprise versus embarrassing surprise. Either or, my response to embarrassing myself is not very much a negative thing, because I understand the nature of that embarrassment. I'm in an environment that I can't possibly be accounted for knowing everything, and that keeps me on my toes. And learning another language in that way, or using it, is, to me, what would be considered a natural way to use language. But you can also learn language unnaturally. And it's kind of humorous because the irony here is most people think that they're learning naturally when they're online learning a language. And my thought is, what is natural is what's normalized. So I totally agree with them, like respect them, that they think what the way they're learning is natural, and then the way I'm learning is unnatural, right? Because it's whatever you're normalized to. But the environment that I'm describing at Otakan is my natural environment. I learn things. Most of the things I've learned over the course of my life, especially after my 20s, is solving problems. They're all attached to solving problems. Like, well, what type of problem did you have in graduate school? My thesis. All the English that I learned, how to teach, how to educate, how to mentor, they're all with the solving how to get a degree, right? How to get a PhD in molecular biology. So when I learn a language, this stuff is cool. I do this stuff, but ultimately what's in my head is, how am I going to use it, and how I'm going to use it to solve a problem. So whenever I think about using another target language, my very first application of the language, application, is talking to people. So it might sound ironic because some people will say, like, well, you never talk to people. Like whenever I ask you, have you spoken to a native speaker? It's like, well, yes, I don't encounter native speakers. I might, like, normally, but when I encounter native speakers, they are in an environment in which there's more than one language present, and it is expected to have more than one language. So most of the things that make me feel comfortable is I'm always in an environment with more than one language and have accessibility to more than one language. In fact, you can learn one language and still have two languages with you. What is the second language? Nonverbal communication. So when I bump into someone, I speak with my body. I speak with my body, my eyes, my position, walking, my intonation, my speed, my cadence, how to vocalize things, independent of whether I know how to speak the correct language or not. Like, I can show that I am a little bit confused while trying to say the word that I'm confused about, right? And that is something that cannot be witnessed online, because it would require happenstance between two humans, and you can only do so much for that. So I absolutely love that there are things like VR chat, for example, for human being, like when he brought up that VR chat, that there is some semblance of that. Avatars can be a bridge for that. Now, does that help you prep for the nuances of human nonverbal communication? I think it does. That's what I was going to highlight at the end for VR chat. If VR chat acts as a surrogate for coordinating what you see, like the person you're talking to, right? Regardless if it's an avatar or not, that is still a practice that people who text and read will no longer see. And I can earnestly tell you that is not the same as scripted, like scripted and curated written stuff, because curated written stuff is meant to give you the appeal of execution, conciseness. There's no oohs or ums without it having a deliberate intention. I mean, sometimes people throw it in for happenstance and ground things, but that's still an intent. So, yes, I do spend a lot of time talking to people, just not the ideal situation, right? And I still get a kick out of it. I spend most of my time when I learn a language to ask myself, in which situations in my normal life will I need to prep for? And I answer questions. I'm usually the person who I have enough life experience to know that, yeah, these situations will come up. And what is the other situation, the other application? Explaining things. So, yeah, I do read a lot of grammar. I read a lot of grammar really early on. So that's why I don't show myself learning grammar too much. I do explain things a lot, so I don't show myself getting explained to, if that makes any sense. So one of the most common questions is, oh, have you picked up a textbook? Like, why don't you learn the foundations and like structure and whatnot? It's like, I do that on my free time, largely because that's the easy part. Easy parts are not the things that engage me the most. The harder parts are the things that make me learn a lot. However, my application for it will cover that most of the time. If I don't know a word, I'll try to explain it. And because I have to explain it, I am using the language. So oftentimes, like, oh, I asked the person, the Chinese example, the Chinese anecdote, I asked the person in multiple ways, different ways, to get to the idea of communicating that this person, I'm looking for this person's name, right? And it involves using a lot of the vocabulary. And it involves vocabulary that I might not know, so I know how to rephrase it, right? I don't think that's how people learn these days on the internet. They learn by finding the most ideal way to do something, to say something, to interpret something. And in my opinion, little do they know, for better and worse, to the person, not to make you anxious, guys out there, humans are both, they ebb and flow. So what happens is what might seem awkward is not bad. What might seem good might not seem like appropriate. Okay, so the idea is you gotta learn. It's one of those things that it's the beauty and also the detriment of human interacting with humans. Not necessarily the semantics and the things that stay static, or you want to stay static. Like, oh man, I have to remember all these rules. Like, this is how you should say it 90% of the time. It's like, so what happens in 10% of the time? It's like, I don't know. As long as I'm learning the most optimal, natural, high frequency things, then I will most of the time hit that. And I'm like, okay, I just choose to play it by ear a lot of times. And it happens. The stuff happens. Anyways, those were my early thoughts of Otakon. I talked a lot this Otakon, and I had a secret agenda as well. So I'm going to give away the secret agenda for next year. I might start getting involved in scouting soon, but next year I was collecting data. I had another motivation this year for Otakon, and it was to collect all the activities that I've since lost track of because I no longer participate in them too often. But this year I spent thinking, brainstorming for how can I give someone the highs, lows, what have you, the different things about Otakon if they were to come with me. Because next year, I've already made a promise with someone. We're going together at Otakon. So I had to figure out all right, so here's the schedule. So I started reading about Otakon even more again. Like I read through the schedule, the pamphlets and stuff near the end of the day. I looked around, looked at the timing of my schedule because next year I'm bringing a goober along and I want that goober. I'm challenging myself to how do I give the most interesting experience to this person who haven't had this experience before and I'm responsible for them, and what can I do to the best of my ability, not necessarily the best period, but just the best of my ability. So I started looking for like, oh, we could do this, we could try doing this, I could line up my schedule. So now it's this year's Otakon, I'm highlighting some of the things that are different. I was going to Otakon for another reason outside of that, and outside of language learning. Language learning I highlighted already. When I greet people, I'm constantly listening for an accent and listening for cues and looking at IDs and passports in a different way, and that just makes me want to keep doing it. Obviously, I can't keep doing that, but I did learn that it's a lifestyle. There are people who they moonlight as like convention goers. So I had the opportunity of meeting quite a few of them where their lifestyle is like half the time, like maybe even 12 times a year or something. And I asked them about how does that impact their mental health. So I spoke at length and had conversations. This is more like I'm just gonna gloss over this. There's a lot of personal details and whatnot that I want to remain respectful to the people who gave me the privilege of their candidness. I had an opportunity to ask them, how do they manage that? Because it's like a social high, by the way. It's kind of like if you had you're chasing the high. So if you go to a convention, you feel really good, and then there's that crash. There's often a sobering crash. It's like going on a vacation of a lifetime and then suddenly sobering up and you need to create consistency again. But if you're constantly traveling, this has been well documented already for people who like musicians and artists who travel a lot, or people who work in a profession that causes travel. They feel like they also lose their anchor, right? There's no anchor in their life, and that can really heavily impact mental health. So this year I got an opportunity, because I have random roommates, to interact and tease apart and get some anecdotal or testimonial experience asking people how do they juggle that. Like if they only have 2 or 3 weeks in between large events. I only do this once a year, by the way. So it used to be, I used to have 4 events in my lifetime. Peak time was 4 events. There was an obstacle course run, a 10K at least, Otakon, and like a miscellaneous excursion for a social event that's dictated by someone else. So it's like 4 times a year, right? And occasionally you can throw in like weddings. I think my wedding life cycle is over now. Most of my friends are either married or they're just gonna stay unmarried, right? That kind of thing. There might be a small possibility of like baby showers and whatnot, but we're kind of in that life cycle where most people are with their children or have decided not to have children. So those are the events, right? Those are the highs and the stress highs, but I don't have that many. The people that I was talking to, it was my roommates sparked this interest because my roommate mentioned this. They kept mentioning like 4 cons, 5 cons. So then it inspired me to ask all my colleagues, the people that I'm working with, my roommate told me they do this thing. Do you do this thing? And it turns out like a substantial number of people around me, I didn't have this interest before, but just asking them and wanting to know my particular interest, which is how do they find the work life, personal life, anchorage balance between this? How is this impacting? So this year I spent so long like gathering anecdotes and how they juggle this, because I can see it as high chasing, right? If you love conventions so much, you crash. There's gonna be a crashing point where, okay, now the high is over. Everything's just gonna feel so dull, right? Things are gonna feel not exciting. And then suddenly you get to the next high, right? You go to the next convention. Maybe it's like a month later, and then you crash again. So I was very interested in asking them. Not like I'm not saying these things to them, the terminology that I'm using. I'm more using asking them how do they feel. Like, so what do you do when you get back? There's 2 week downtime between your next convention and this convention. Like, do you, and oftentimes consistently is a sense of bittersweet sadness, and then the next high kicks in. So I found that incredibly fascinating. I'm like the polar opposite. I'm nearly like 90% in the other direction. I'm a not nearly even a creature of habit. I'm like a monster of habit. Most of my stuff when I'm dealing with conventions and all that, they're still steeped in habit formation. You know, most things are tailored and arranged around all my skills that I built over the years. So regardless of the situation, it's usually manageable. Like I don't have highs or lows, which can be in itself a problem, right? Oh, which by the way, Brie, I also finished the audiobook because when I drive, I listen to audiobooks, right? So the drive there takes about 2 minutes and 15 minutes. 2 minutes, 2 hours and 15 minutes, and then drive back is 2 hours and 15 minutes. And the book I was reading last year was Atomic Habits by James Clear, and it was half the book, or it's like maybe like 2/3 of the book. So I finally finished listening to the rest of the book, and why does this remind me of? Because Atomic Habits was a lot of the things I'm talking about now, language learning, how it's applied to language learning, problem solving, critical thinking, all of this is covered by Atomic Habits by James Clear. He has a way of presenting it in a much more structured, well published way, of course. And it was fun listening to all the I don't usually get this too often because I no longer interact with people in the field, right? Or in academics or field of advisory things, into basically other individuals who are purely interested in this stuff. So when I was listening to his book, it was incredibly refreshing to find new vocabulary words that they used. It was also a bit of refreshing that most of the stuff that James Clear written in his own words in a very succinct, very attractive and provocative way, that it affirms pretty much all of my expectations. Too, even, and why this is what it reminded me of, because at the very end of his book, one of his few last chapters, he also talks about the downsides of it. It's a little bit the section was only one chapter. I actually think I would dedicate half my book to the opposite approach. When someone is exceptional at forming habits, like tailoring habits, there are quite a lot of pitfalls, and he does cover all of them cursorily, the pitfalls. His book largely focuses on establishment and like the mechanics of establishing habits or discouraging, making good habits inevitable and making bad habits like expedite the deconstruction of bad habits. And then the very end is what happens when you have someone who is extremely hyper focused on that and there are some downsides. One of the downsides is you stop doing spontaneous things unless your habits and skills happen to adapt to it. So there was a whole chapter. I was really expecting him to expound even further. Like, what happens if you decide to prioritize adaptive habits? So the habits of construction also deals with habit formation. Like, you can make the there's like an epistatic element to habits. The nature of the habits can also promote a consistent adaptation. So the book typically use anecdotes where it's to establish that skill of being able to, make good habits inevitable and make bad habits go away. However, what if your habit was to establish those things, like being as adaptive as possible? So didn't go as nuanced as that, but it was really fun hearing his terminologies, like the inverse rule or inverse law of the fourth law of human habit formation or something. It was very interesting semantics. He used a quite strong syntax, like the laws of human behavior and whatnot. But all of that was really sound. I really enjoyed it. It makes me want to read more books or listen to more books. I'm more of a listener. I don't think that has to be emphasized over and over again when it comes to language learning. On stream is when I do the most reading. Like, whenever I'm streaming, I have to read. So I practice the skill that I do the least amount, and that's reading. So now with language learning, it's helping balance out my reading, right? I need to work on my writing, my typographical errors. Learning another language is helping me explore that again. So now I can start reading texts, right? Text messages and whatnot. But predominantly, most of my life is auditory. So sometimes when people say, aren't you afraid that if you don't start listening to things or you can't hear the difference in your enunciation? Is like, I can imagine where that fear comes from, right? Especially if the person presents themselves as someone who spends most of the time reading. I actually spend, before language learning, I would say my auditory sensitivity is is my crutch, if you can view it that way. Reading is the one that is, and then it deals with habit formation, deals with the idea of habit formation. Oh, and I wanted to share one quote that I like, that I really enjoyed, that is something that I haven't thought about, from James Clear's book. And it was, he had to address genetics, right? Near the end of the book, he had to address the idea of talent, right? Habit formation is great. You can make a habit of anything, right? But there are circumstances, and that's genetics, right? Like I said earlier, while everyone may be treated equal for the idea of existing as a human being, humans are not the same, right? At a higher complex level. So logically speaking, one must be dynamic enough to accommodate that. If they're not, then you can, remove them from your life, for example. Or what I mean by remove them, not like remove them as in you can be avoidant of those things, right? You can choose, humans are amicable enough, I believe, to stay away from each other. I think the world is big enough for the coexistence of things that don't interact with each other. Mutually exclusive, as I would typically say. But he said this thing about genetics, right? Genetics is often viewed as a uncontrollable, comparative, basically unfairness check. But he said this one quote, and I really liked it. Talent is to clarify what type of habits you may form. It's not it's to clarify what you may form, not what you can't do. It's something he had a more elegant way, but this is how I'm interpreting it. So a lot of times when people think about talent, it's so great that he phrased it that way, because when people think about talent, like language learning, we're going to go back to language learning. Language learning is often viewed as a talent nowadays, or maybe less so nowadays. I like to think it's less so nowadays due to the advent of the internet, but scroll back to like the millennial generation, it seemed more as a talent. Like if you ask my parents like why don't they learn English, it's because they're not smart enough to learn English. That's the talent or the genetics component. But the great thing about the way he presented and addressed the idea of genetics is talent clarifies what things work in your favor. It's not clarity on what you can't do, or that you have a potential cap on it. And he goes on to expound upon how understanding the nature of talent doesn't necessarily mean you are operating and approaching that limit. And that's where I use the word sufficiency. He did not use this word, but most of the time when I'm emphasizing problem-solving thinking skills and how you learn, I emphasize sufficiency. If you are sufficient and you develop an overhead on your skill, that is to not engage in diminished return because of talent, right? Diminished return. So when you reach your peak, when you're approaching that, you will engage in diminished return in the skill. So oftentimes people like to think of skill, like their talent, as a gauge of how much they can get of it. But the question is, if they're constantly focusing on what they can possibly do, are they at there now, right? And I agree with his notion that many people who overly concern themselves with the idea of their potential, like their overall potential, their maximum capacity, due to considering ideas of talent, rarely ever reach that potential in the first place, or have the awareness and ability to do that. Then he goes into like, how would you know if you're close to a talent, like your cap or stuff. Then he goes into the routine that I spend hours talking about: introspection, refinement. So standardization. Oh, he said a phrase that I had no idea he was going to say it, because that was a phrase. It's purely coincidence. Standardization before optimization. You have to standardize before you understand what to optimize. You have to create habits, right? You have to standardize, have consistent data before iterating on it or even changing it. And while you're standardizing it, you are also keeping at bay complacency. He literally used the word complacency, but it wasn't like the main focus. It's my main focus. I think some of the stuff that he talked about near the end are my main focuses of most of my self-building, because I actually think on the internet world, right, he's written this book well in advance, and he used his life anecdotes, so he was trying to appeal to a very large audience. I don't think the internet, like the particular group of people that I'm referring to, is everyone in the world. I might actually think it's still a minority, but it's a pretty big minority. The end of his book is very clerical. Understand that you must standardize something, regardless of how idolized it is, or talent. Like, oh man, I should learn 2,000 kanji, right? Going back to Japanese. I should learn 2,000 kanji in like 1 year, right? That is a potential. It's viewed often as a gold standard. Oftentimes online, you depict goals as using gold standards, not standardized things to you. Like, they're not standardized averages or anything. It's this one magical number that is often ideal. So what is the sufficient number? Well, to me, when if you have the capacity to iterate, reflect, standardize, right, optimize, the answer is whatever is sufficient for your satisfaction. So it's whatever is sufficient for the rest of James Clear's books. The rest, like the beginning 2/3, it's whatever is sufficient to be able to utilize all the techniques he's talked about in the first 2/3 of the book. But to me, personally, obviously, I'm not saying James Clear's book is not valuable to a very select group. I think it's incredibly wonderful. I even hope that he writes a standard second one. I'm not sure if he will, to apply to the very specific group that I believe will become the social norm, which is having the appearance that you skipped over standardization, optimization, and problem solving skills. So one of the biggest, in my opinion, one of the growing obstacles for habit formation is this notion that all of the things that James Clear spent most of his book describing is already done for you. So you do not have to engage in making habits accessible, making good habits accessible, by like environment, cue management, right? Cue management, maybe substitution and association strategies, right? And then bad habits, making them inaccessible or less convenient by taxing like reward, right? And reward, coupling, various strategies, like those are already optimized. Because what is assumed a lot of times about language learning, for example, like these apps, the person who is using the internet thinks that the app has done all of this, right? Like, this person, this polyglot, knows 16 different languages. This is their product. They have done all of it. So it's transferable by the product that they present. That's absolutely not true. That is so erroneous. It's astronomically outside of the realm of me being able to express how one would get there for myself. I can kind of understand how that would be true or can seem true for someone who lived in this day and they grew up within this day and age, like, of the internet, right? But it is not, the application in the tool barely scratches the surface of the autonomy and agency a person has over their ability to reach their potential, or to approach their potential, or to never, or decide not to approach their potential. If you understand the nature of your potential, you may choose not even to reach it. Like, how do you know when you say, I'm good enough? Someone who uses a gold standard as a checkpoint will not be able to appreciate what good enough it means. Right? And that's where I'm going to relate it back to everything about Otakon and whatnot. I believe that whatever I'm doing now has been able to emotionally uplift and create pleasant expectations and surprises, because I thought sufficiency. It's not about reaching my maximum potential. It's largely about if I'm sufficient enough to keep on going and introspectively understanding that I'm making progress sufficient for my uses. Right? And then by sheer coincidence, that will end up, once that well dries, you don't know how far it will take you. But by the time you stop, I would like to think that the vast majority of people would be pretty surprised how close to their potential they reach when they focus on management of their, like, the other skills that allows them to keep on going and pursuing a discipline or a skill. I think James Clear included a lot of anecdotes from famous people or anecdotal information about like businessmen and stuff. He's done a lot of research to create very specific cases, and to me, I think that's great to illustrate a point. But I often think those were extraordinary cases, and it's not as provocative and exciting when I typically use cases where it sounds less remarkable. Like I'm unable, it's not the focus of my approach really, to focus on very specific extraordinary cases. I typically ask what the person is interested in. Obviously this is a different format, right? He's writing a book, and a book has many readers, so using a public figure that is incredibly notable is very conducive to that. So we have, when I'm not saying bad or good here, more like appropriate. For my use case, I would ask the person things, figures that they do know, interests that they do know, and then use those examples and analogies. If I find that I'm incapable of doing that, then it will instill obligation on me to educate myself in order to reach that person, right? I don't give up on people provided that they don't give up on me. So when someone says, how do I get started on learning Japanese, for example, let's start by having you explain what's so interesting about Japanese to me, right? Because in no way will I ever find confidence in reducing someone without information, right? Alternatively, you can go the internet way and hustle your way through it by saying, oh, well, you're probably like any other Japanese enthusiast, so pick up a Genki textbook, and then like pick up your SRS, and then do some graded reading. Make sure to CI immersion, and you're good to go, right? And just so you know, I'm not saying it's not going to work. That's not the same as saying it doesn't work. Most of these things will likely work. And because to me, the thing that worked was not the nature or the context of the semantics regarding the mechanics. It was what's underneath the hood that can be a little bit more generalizable, which is, does the person have the capacity to understand habit formation, right? Problem solving skills and iteration comes from trying to establish that habit, and then understanding how to evaluate oneself competently by giving them pursuing sense of satisfaction. James Clear made excellent things that I don't focus on. I tend to defocus on these things, but he does have dedicated sections to the elements that truly is fundamental, like part of the human condition, like satisfaction of a habit, to absolutely solidify and make sure that you will do the habit tomorrow. Satisfaction, right? That's one of the inherent human conditions. I don't usually talk about these things because I don't, online when I'm talking to people, I talk about the things they're not seeing or they're less likely to see. I don't have to remind them about the things that they have seen. While writing a book, you would have to write it in a way that it's most approachable to a lot of people. So for me, from my experience, people have no problems seeing the most important or experiencing the most important thing. Duolingo is one of them. It's a great example when I go back to Duolingo. Satisfaction, streak building is one of the most efficacious properties of Duolingo. But it is so mundane, so commonplace. Like, it is so commonplace and exploited, even not like a bad way, but mechanically pragmatic way, exploited, that it seems to be ignored, like taken for granted. For example, when someone says, does Duolingo work, right? Someone would criticize Duolingo doesn't work because streaks don't help you learn a language. It is so mundane that underestimating the power of streaks is been sidelined. That is one of the most consistent elements, which I agree with James Clear, that underlies creating the consistency of doing it the next time. Streaks, being consistent, habit tracking is what he referred to it as. Like, it's a component of habit tracking. I typically just call it journaling or metrics, right? Or progress tracking. They're all like lumped in together, and that when it is gone, it's not seen as a problem when it is, and when it's present, it's brushed off as not being important to the person's language learning process, right? That's kind of how the human works. So, or like the current interactions I have. So I rarely ever bring up some of the most essential things because now they're far more commonplace on the internet. Being able to track and see your stuff, that is not a normal thing that I operate in my lifetime, right? It is now in the immediate time. Like, someone asked me, Procall asked me, couple, maybe like a month or two ago, about getting a fitness tracker, right? Or maybe last year I was people talked about calorie tracking or macros, and yeah, those things are a new age thing. Habit tracking is so complacently done now that they're kind of void in the danger zone. And one of the danger zone is hyper focusing on metrics that do not display the bigger picture anymore. Metrics are fantastic to get the details and the nuances, right? But if you don't have bigger pictures and stuff, it doesn't balance out the use case or even become revealing to whether the metrics are measuring things. And because of that hyper-focused nature, there are rarely opportunities for someone to challenge your perspective. And that's what I do most of the time. That's why I stream, right? Most of the time, people challenge me with metrics. And my first thought is, to what end? And not to what end as in to what your goals are, is, do you see more than one possibility? Do you see more than one thing? Because ultimately, with more ideas, more application, it might actually even become more interesting, right? So, does the number of kanji help you dictate your progress in Japanese? Yes and no. And that's a lovely thing. Yes and no. Maybe. Is it sufficient to track your progress? I would like to say for a lot of people, including myself, that's a resounding yes. Is if it's sufficient, not if it's ideal, right? And it was very refreshing to see how James Clear tries to be definite while also voicing ambivalence, or like having like alternatives and stuff through most of his book, and then near the end he kind of highlights some of the definite things. And one of the definite things is kind of humorous to me, because it's the thing that gets swept under the rug whenever people talk about language learning. Like, what is the most consistent thing about language? And I kid you not, I haven't read or heard all of his book until this point, but a year ago, last year, right, before I even started listening to his book, I already quoted Duolingo's CEO, one of the more important comments that he made in an interview. One of the fundamental aspects of the human condition is you show up. If you don't show up, you start there. Show up. And it's funny because James Clear legitimately used a similar priority when it comes to one of his definite talking points, like the one that's fundamental to everything. Like there are things that I often talk about where, oh, you know, consider your own environment, your conditions, and your prior experience. That creates spuriousness in all of this. Take it with a grain of salt. But there are a few things that are incredibly definite. If you don't show up consistently, it's probably not going to happen. And when I don't know how old the interviews are, so the CEO Louis Van Daan might have a modified version of this. I watched an earlier interview of his, and one of his take-home messages is, you make the app to make sure that the people show up first, and then everything else, you work on it. Maybe slower than other things, but if you can't get the person to show up, it's not like you can have the most ideal, awesome, maybe even life-changing revelation. Humans are humans. What they don't witness is irrelevant. So here's me going at it again. Does Duolingo work? Did you show up? Because that's more than not showing up. Now the question is that sufficient to reach satisfaction for you? Well, that satisfaction changes over time. So if you're not sufficiently catering to your satisfaction, which is the other fundamental of habit formation, right? Showing up in all the things that allow you to show up, get you to do the habit once, today. It is, and then there are satisfaction guides. Are you going to come back again? Right? And when you have those two check marks, the answer for most people is yes, it does work. Right? Because it's sufficient. Oftentimes people ask me, does it work? They really mean to ask me, does it work the best? Or does it meet their needs? And usually I would say something like, well, it works, but may I ask, what do you mean by work? Does it get you fluent in 1 year? Then I would have to say, no, it does not work. Right? At least on average, for myself anyways. Right? That's when people impose gold standards. Like, hey, I have JLPT 1 exam in like 2 years. Does using Duolingo get me to JLPT 1 exam? Well, yes and no. It can be part of the process that involves you to get it to JLPT 1 competence. And then it's no if you think that ideally you only list one thing and expect that it never changes until you get to JLPT 1. Right? It's a different world. And practicing habit formation, especially atomic habits, as James Clear coined. I really like atomic habits. I'm not sure if anyone else have coined that as aggressively as he has. Atomic habits require maintenance. He dedicated like pretty much 90% of his book to the maintenance, like understanding how to keep on maintaining all these things. All these things, he lay out all the things, and then near the end talks about the maintenance of those things, right? Without that, stagnation happens. Stagnation, complacency, no potential, as in like the potential is just capped. It's an artificial, it's a glass ceiling. So there's a difference between a plateau, which a lot of people refer to, and a talent cap. Your potential is not a plateau, because in my opinion, 90% of the time, your potential, your maximum potential, is not the plateau you're thinking of. I think that for the most part, people's plateau is when complacency, poor habit formation, and maintenance happens anywhere before their maximum potential, right? And I can earnestly say, I have no statistics on this. It's a feeling, so take it with a grain of salt. Learning is rarely ever at maximum potential. And that's why I'm gonna pretty much spend the rest of my life talking about this topic. Because even I do not believe I am ever even close to my maximum potential in learning, right? The learning process. So imagine when someone says, oh, learning is easy, you just do it, versus like for me, I like to think I've dedicated most of my life to learning so far. So roughly, like, let's just say a cool 30 years. I don't think I understand enough about maximizing someone's learning potential. And then you have someone who comes along and say, I've already maxed out my learning potential. That's why I can't learn another language, right? Or I can't learn another skill. I'm 60. Somehow learning potential goes down when you get older. Okay, despite it going down, let's just say your learning potential goes down, right? Are you at your maximum potential? I would absolutely say for someone who likely have that point of view, they have an artificial plateau that they have created, not necessarily the maximum potential of it. I can earnestly, sometimes I feel like there are things, like for example, how many numbers can you remember in reverse order? Like, I can tell you that those are some rudimentary ways to test certain potential limits, right? Like, what is your short-term memory limit? How many objects can you remember? Like, eidetic memory, those are very ideal situations, incredibly ideal situations, right? That's, in fact, that is a property of memory. And oftentimes memory has gotten this like reductive interpretation that is what learning is. Memory is what learning is. And I would argue learning is nearly the opposite of memory. But that I have to be sensitive in the idea that may be what other people think. Having knowledge is akin and a substitution for understanding how to learn something, right? It's part of it. It's part of it. Understanding, integrating in an application is lost in translation, right? If you're learning something, like if you're learning this, for example, right? I don't even know what this is. What? Departo. Oh, department, right. Right? Like, when are you going to use this? How are you going to maintain this? Is this interesting to you? All these questions are the parts that get overlooked, right? The first thing people think of when they think about learning is the knowledge, the memory aspect. So, as long as you can remember this and fill this in, that's your cap. That's your cap on learning. Right? And that is how, in my opinion, people evaluate learning tools, or the tools that they learn. They are capped by their tools, right? It's a tool cap. And when someone says, does it work? I usually say yes. But then I go on to say, not because I think the tool alone would do it. It works because I am using the tool. Not because the tool is using me. That's very different. If the tool is using you, then it can only do as much as the tool can do. Right? And that's where the other aspects of learning. So when someone reductively say learning is if you can get the information, and the information is obviously dictated by the tool, then this is all you'll ever learn. That's it. That's all you got. So, and no, this is not like a doom thing. This could be sufficient. Actually, to most people online, it is sufficient. What is an example of this? Google search. That's as far as you go. Google search, right? Or YouTube thumbnail. YouTube thumbnail. That's this. Learning with an info cap. You only learn as much as you want, right? Or as much as the tool presents you. Now, I actually misspoke a little. Now, if you want to learn more, this is the need one. This is the need angle. But if you want to learn more, then you think beyond the tool. So now you have application. Right? Application. Sentimentalism. Right? Personal motivations. Other tools. Right? This would be considered integration. Right? And even more than that, if you're into problem solving, refinement. And all of these things. And I don't know how to put percentages. I think if I had to put a percentage, 90% of the time, like this is the weight that a typical person that I speak to online that's been like, they would have a 90% weight on this and a 10% weight on this. So what happens? So how do I try to support this hypotheses, right? These are arbitrary numbers, obviously, but are there any converging evidence that I would suggest this is the typical mindset that people think of or think in, so therefore they need something? So if you're looking at this, if their emphasis is 90%, then that's something they're good at. So most people are probably going to be good at learning by taking the info, right? So what are the most successful tools? They address all of this. The most popular tools address the 10%, whether you like it or not. As in, some people are angry that these tools are popular without necessarily realizing that their emphasis is because they either don't need this, right? The people that can criticize popular tools are people who might have a 50-50 split. As in, they don't need that aspect. But these tools, like Duolingo, are incredibly popular despite having a less emphasis on information, right? So like Duolingo's, and I would say Duolingo's priorities are like 20% this branch and 80% this branch. Largely because I think the audience online is deficient temporarily. We're not saying like this isn't a permanent thing. Their focus is elsewhere. Their focus is on the information, but the thing that they are seeking is the rest. So how do you do this? How does Duolingo do this? Motivation comes from the satisfaction of progress. Progress and consistency is formed by streaks. Streaks, how do you reinforce streaks? You share your streaks. Have friend streaks. Have long scoring, right? Scoring, legacy build based on how long you are in competitions and tiering. Your comparison with others because you're always with others, right? Cheering on your friends and your friends sharing theirs so that you have other people consistently being around you doing the same thing. This creates sentimentalism, motivation. This is where I think Duolingo kind of falters, integration. But what they do for integration is they try to keep creating new ways to reuse the same content. So like if you have to speak it, then you can hear it and then speak it, or you can hear it and write it. You can see it, then write it, or see it, then speak it, right? Every version of that. So instead of referring and deferring to a different tool, they tried to change the form of integration, right? And it's at the expense of dedicating themselves to new information. It's maximizing the use of limited information to address the other parts. Now, for those who do not require this, that's cool. Good. It's excellent for you. That means that you do have a source of sentimentalism. Maybe like you absolutely love the Japanese culture and you just want to be Nihongo jouzu desu, right away, and you want to move to Japan in 2 months. You have urgency. Something that James Clear used, contract, social contract, right? Or a habit contract is another one. A habit contract. You already have a habit contract. You're moving to Japan in 2 years. That's a habit contract. You have to succeed by then. I think another word was like commitment. A commitment contract or something in psychology, right? All those are already in place. So anyone who throws shade at Duolingo, because most of their resources, 80% of their resources is dedicated to something that is lacking for most internet users, they already have it. So that's good. That means it is actually not great for you. All the extra investment that they have is being sacrificed in exchange for poor information, right? Like lower information. And good for you. I hope you realize that and find it. Now, it also means that they don't realize sometimes when they already have all these things, they don't realize that's what Duolingo is doing. WaniKani, on the other hand, does it in a different way, but that's what makes SRS good, excellent too. It focuses on the exact same thing. So when someone looks at this and you're like an advanced learner and you're like, oh, this is worthless because it's kana, katakana, right? It's like, you don't need to spend time on that. There's many other things you should spend time on. It's like, okay, yeah, that's the info part. But what does this represent in terms of its progress? It's another word. And for someone who lacks that awareness, another word means it's +1. And +1 is good. Number go up, right? But when someone says it's worthless, they're talking about sentimentalism. right? And application. So with very little doubt, when someone makes a comment like this, you don't have to be aware of this stuff. This is a good flag for someone who's in it to win it. Right, or in it for sufficiency. They've already have sufficient motivations and whatnot. When someone thinks of this stuff like this, then they have yet to be this. I already, for myself, like, you know, as humbly as I can say, I started learning Japanese without the need for plus ones. But at the same time, I've also learned long enough to know that this stuff is not worthless. Because there's another element to this. It becomes worthless when you leave the Valley of Despair. Valley of Despair. And remain selfish. Selfish is not a bad thing. To become an expert in something, one must spend most of their time selfishly. Because the moment you leave the Valley of Despair, you yourself have become a leader, a pioneer, right? There's a chance you reach the stage of pioneering. That means you have to make selfish decisions to become a leader in the idea, like an innovator, for example. Those are people who have selectively selfish, internal looking things, because information is not elsewhere. It's not found elsewhere. It's found within. However, the alternative is, for me, instead of becoming the leader, I choose to teach and explain, because that's my prerogative. I chosen, instead of trying to trailblaze, I like to think of it retroactively. So in order to keep this whole idea of things being worthless, because you yourself already know how it works and how it's done, or even intuit it and can't explain how it works or done. Yeah, selfish, probably really impressive person. And what could that be? It could be a polyglot, for all I care, right? Obviously there are different polyglots. There are polyglots that chose to go back to teaching and explaining, and then there are polyglots that chose to be experts, right? Experts in a way of like demonstration. And this is where I have a lot of reference to whenever someone name drops. When someone name drops and they tell me like, oh, whatever they're doing, I'm imitating that and I hope it works. What are your thoughts? I often think about, are they demonstrators and experts in this way? Are they demonstrating expertise, or are they teachers? And for me, I know when to see when someone is not a teacher. So I use the null hypothesis testing. If I'm more hyper-focused on teaching or explaining, I try to qualify as hard as possible that this person is a teacher. If I am unable to do that, then they are a demonstrator. They are someone who thinks, and it can happen. There can be someone who makes a product that's meant for teaching, but their aspects and their talking, you know, like the videos and the way they talk, the way they demonstrate something, screams to me like they're selling, not teaching. Then that's usually where I stop, right? And there's also others. There are other versions of this. Not a demonstrator or a teacher, but a crosstalker. There's also crosstalkers. Crosstalkers are people who know enough about a lot of things that they happen to become associated. And oftentimes it's intentional. Yeah, well, I'm gonna say, yeah, oftentimes it's intentional. Sometimes it's unintentional. And that's where we get to like parts of science in academic comprehensible input, right? That's unintentional crosstalk. The unintentional crosstalk is that somehow comprehensible input is somehow exclusive to language learning. It is not. Like, at least in my opinion, it is not. It rarely is. Even like comprehensible input is like one of the foundations of how, like, I would even argue might even be part of the human condition of how people learn by implicit nature of learning. So somehow it's become such a fad to illustrate that this thing is some brand spanking new novel idea that greatly enhances like it's a skill that can only be practiced or something used in language learning, which, yeah, language speaking and talking is very fundamental to human condition. So is problem solving. The one thing is you might be saying, well, unlike problem solving, you can live without needing to problem solve. Yeah, you can live without language. You just don't see it very often, right? Can you live without problem solving? The nice thing about living without problem solving is maybe someone else is solving all your problems for you, I suppose. But I wouldn't consider that living. If you're unable to problem solve or critically think, it would be very difficult for me to consider that living. And for myself, that's my main focus, right? My main focus is I hate seeing people sad and not understanding why they're sad. I really, really dislike when people create their own prisons and their own cages, right? And one of them is, well, if you like learning a language and you don't like problem solving or critical thinking, you can form a cage around you when you're learning a language. So hopefully that doesn't happen. If I see it, I would like to think that I would have enough energy and eloquence to suggest in a appropriate way to encourage that person that they are creating the cage because of it, right? If that is the case, if I could ascertain that. Obviously I don't have clairvoyance and whatnot. I am only as I'm human, right? My knowledge and experience are limited. So going back to this, Duolingo can be both your cage and the very thing that leads you to fluency. I didn't say it's solely responsible for your fluency. It can be sufficient for your journey to fluency. It can also be your cage, right? And the individuals who are easily able to criticize and create cages of their own and use that as a logic to cage others and gaslight others, that to me is a flag for someone who lacks problem-solving critical thinking skills, or believes someone else lacks problem-solving or critical thinking skills, because that's also true. Where if someone is trying to inform, like for myself, if I'm trying to inform, there's many ways to go about it. Some people are blunt, like hey, whatever you're doing now, you're just gonna get stuck. So they're making that assumption that this person might lack the skills to get unstuck, or lack the skills. They're presuming this stuff, right? It's an assumption they're making. They can't know until it actually happens. For myself, yeah, I am guilty of being more hands off, right? I think the cage has to be experienced in order to trigger problem solving, critical thinking skills. If one spends all their time aggressively solving problems or solving potential problems and mistakes for another person, then I hope you're there for with them for the rest of your life. That can work. It can be sufficient. What does that look like? A married couple, a partner for life. I like to think that's the most romantic example that I can think of. A mutually dependent relationship until like the very later years when someone is going to pass away, right? I'm sorry to sound a little morbid, before the other. Until then, a mutually dependent relationship can offer a sufficient lifestyle for not having to solve certain things, right? You might never need to learn another language if your spouse knows the language, right? That's one way to go about it. So in no way am I saying there is a perfect way, but for myself, I prefer to be independent and use that independence to attract another independent person, and then both mutually independently collaborate to make something bigger than us. I think dependency is uh dependency is a privilege, and with privilege makes things feel like it's luck and happenstance. Problem solving, critical thinking skills make things feel generally less like luck but inevitable, right? How do you establish a habit? It's not luck if you know how to do it, right? It feels less and less luck when things become more and more practiced, at least in my opinion. So before you go around and tell yourself you can't learn Japanese, or you're too old to learn Japanese, for example, ask yourself how many other things you learn despite not thinking you could learn it. If the answer is 0, we probably want to start there, because that is an artificial cage, in my opinion. I think humans are most definitely able to, in some capacity, be sufficient to acquire a skill. We're not talking about maximum potential. Acquire skills sufficiently to use those skills, despite how they think it's it's not possible, right? Anyways, okay, back to this. Oh wait, I needed to add the store. Okay, anyways. All right, with that said, I'll mark this digression. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Thanks for the questions. Okay. All right. All right. Focus. We have lessons today, right? Yeah, we have lessons today. Gotta finish at least before 10, I would say. Or 10. Okay. Oh, feels like riding a bike. Riding a bike. Back to the normal groove of things. uh why do I want to type? Oh, no, that's not it. What? Doesn't sound right, does it? So the right one is definitely done. Konran suru.
混乱する
Konran suru wa something about like to create disorder, maybe like to confuse, probably. Oh, sent is suru. Oh, this is an adjective though. Probably to be confused or to be in disorder. Konran is disorder. Mixed riot. How did the mix work? Oh. Oh, I'm not sure about this. I think I might forget kon over time. Okay. There's a chance kon might get lost.
"続ける」
Sorry, accidentally hit my mute button. Yes. That's what we thought. Okay.
形容動詞
Eiyo doshi. Eiyo doshi. That's a burn. Oh boy. Hold.
手続き
Izuzuki. It's like instructions or procedure. Procedure and instructions are pretty close to each other. Oh, what? What am I comparing? Heat? Okay. I mean, I don't think that helped me out. No. Oh. Right. Criticism. Right. Send help. You know, I was cutting the grain, but cutting the stalks. But what was the nature of cutting the stalks for using the hoe on the the lions using the hoe on the grain stalks? What was the thing? What was the thing that tethered it together? Cut off? The heck? Oh, right. Doing it until dawn. Yes.
立ち去る
Chisaru. Chisaru is...
比率
Iritsu. それ? Oh. So, yes, that's fine. Why? What is this one? This one's like forehead, right? Forehead, turkey, and stone. It's supposed to be like authentic, but not quite that in. Oh.
確率
確率. I don't remember what the left thing is supposed to be. What was their interpretation of the left thing? Certain? Oh, yeah, certainty. Or certain something. Probability makes sense. The grass and the hand and the raise the fins up. What the heck? Hmm.
止まる
Omaru. Okay.
なくす
Nakusu. Uh-oh. Nihongo no Americana na mari o nakushitai na. I don't actually know what that sentence. Oh, getting rid of it. Oh, I see. Oh, that makes sense. I'm like, why do you like? What are you trying to get rid of? why, why are you trying to get rid of something dealing with Japanese and I'm like, oh, it's Mari is accent. Interesting. I wish I could get rid of my American accent in Japanese. I can't relate to that. Why not both? Instead of displacement, alternative? What? How am I typing? Oh, somehow.
履物
I swear I typed HA. How did I type KA over and over again? My brain's going. It's over. Whenever I think H, I'm typing K. It's over. It was a fun ride while we were at it. uh,
倒産
Olsan. Olsan wa what? Wait. Hold on. Oh. Wait. Olsan. If wait. Father's company's something is new. Father's company's new. Let me see. Look. What? Am I a pep? I feel like I'm pepping this up. Also, what I'm working with right now is birth, give birth, and like knock over. What? I'll skip this for now. It's fine. Come back to me, I think.
Sainan
Tainan. Like a bad disaster? Oh, like misfortune, calamity. Okay. What? Oh.
宇宙人
Uchizi. I'm like, what's going on? In what universe is that? Ooh. Pinkuiro no something or a pink what? What is that? Oh. Oh no, Ito is no. Ito is. Oh, maybe it's like. Oh no. Ah, this is a burn. So the problem here I'm having is, I mean, Ito, it's not. So it's onyomi, which is what I am having a problem of. I don't know what the. Pretty sure. Let's go over our stuff, right? Pretty sure this is a burn. We have Mo and Ke. Ke is Kun. Mo is Onyomi. And I only remember Ito. Ito for thread. Probably will have to res like test stuff for sure. No wait, it has to be Keito. There's no other thing. Did I type? Was it a typo?
毛糸
Keito. Yeah. What the heck? I know I tried Bito, but I thought I tried Bito. I tried Rendaku, like, or tried like a different Rendaku or something like that. I might not have typed Ito and accidentally typed Hito instead. That's a little disappointing. Where? Oh,
議長
Gicho. Gicho. Long deliberation? Kyono. Kyono. Idai wa nan desu ka? Idai wa. Idai wa nan desu ka? What? Okay, so it's a transition word. And it deals with deliberate and maybe a head, right? Like, Gicho. It's like a position. It has to be a position. So the only position, the top person who's making the decisions are the chairman. Does this take like president? No, it doesn't. Chairperson, speaker. Okay. What incarnation am I looking at? Oh, it's this
Taira.
Aida, that's special. Aida is special. What in the actual Daiki?
Taiki.
Daiki. Lively? Big energy. Energetic? Big energy. What the Taiki? Kitanai. Kitanai. Taiki. Taiki no. Se de. Are. アレルギー、アレルギーになりました。Allergies. 排気。This is a burn! Wait. Does Kitanai help me with 排気? I feel like this is just energy. Health? What else is energy? Sky? Oh, it's probably sky. Something to do with the sky. Because of allergies. It's probably like atmosphere. What else does it take? Just atmosphere, huh? I don't know how well I'm gonna be using Aiki. There's so many other ways to express the atmosphere, the sky, or the air around you.
議論。
Idon.
平日。
Genjutsu. That's a pretty good burn.
解説
Aisetsu. That's not how you spell explanation. YOLO? Okay. That's not. That's a terrible YOLO. Oh, is this key? No. Looking for the onyomi. The heck is the onyomi? Wait. Isetsu, which card? Saisetsu. Or Kinsetsu. Shinsetsu. Yeah, fine. Guess we do cut. Is this Mosugu? What? It's not? Oh no. Oh, Imasugu.
今すぐ。
Imasugu. Imasugu. Okay. Soon and immediately is like a little bit overlapping.
火山
Kazan. This one was one of our first irregulars. Yes. Of course. Honestly, I feel like it's... Just kidding. My gut feeling was telling me it's a show despite that, but it's not. Okay, so let's think about this. I mean... Dang it. don't know. I don't know what is it that is being is this plan? To plan something? Something like what do you plan to do with the key? I have to fit key in here. What about Teru? Cool. What you plan to do with the key or something?
企てる
Watateru. Or to plan to scheme, something like that. Or to scheme is good. Okay. Kaku? Okay. Angle?
会議室
Kaigishitsu. The heck?
議員
Yellow. Okay, that didn't work. Yellow. That didn't work. Okay. All right. Heck was the thorn body. Oh, I almost had it. Coming back. Oh, wait. Almost have you. Dang it. I almost have the left one. Left one is a little bit tenuous right now. Oh, it's because sashimi. Man, sashimi.
刺身
Sashimi. Oh, sashimi. Yeah. I don't know where the she comes from. Oh. Okay. What do we do? We skipped one, right? Yeah, we skipped one. Son of a bee sting. How does this work? This isn't the side. Oh wait, it might actually be. Isn't this like off the disconnect, right? Azure.
外れ
Azure. What does that mean? Just disconnect? No. Azure. Oh no. Azure is like extremities. What incarnation am I looking at? Something about leaf and fish. Okay.
容疑者
容疑者。
乱す
乱す。Yellow? Okay. Just kidding. Is that a guard? Guard with the grain stock? Yeah, pretty sure that's guard with a grain stock. I don't really know how that works. Guard with a grain stock. The guard looking. Oh. What? Oh. I think this is it. No. Is it? So how's this connected with? Oh, dang it! I don't know how to. It's like it's been a while, something like that. This is special, and it's kind of rusty each time. Something like why? I thought it might be like it's not. It's kind of like Saiwai, sort of. No. Was a while. Oh, it was a while. Was a while.
災い
I have no idea what that's supposed to be. Dang it! It's not duties. It's something else like duties. Rules? Issues. Matter. Well, most of them are synonymous in a way. Heck. Economize. Conserve. Oh, is this the one I skipped? Meaning again. What incarnation are you? Oh, wait. Overthrow. Oh, that's product. Wait, is that supposed to be product? This is bankrupt. Wait, how does this work? Bankruptcy. Overthrow your property. Oh, yeah, okay. I misread this as birth. That's what makes it confusing at the first time. Alright, time to do our lessons. Hopefully not too many lessons. I still need to like lean in on this. Tomorrow we have something really fun. Tomorrow is Wakotabi's 1.0 on Steam. So we get to do some Japanese gaming. I don't know if it's gonna be like a throwback run or something because I saw Steam achievements. Aha! Sorry, I'm a little excited. Wakotabi is has been a long investment. I'm so glad to hear that the Wakotabi team has. Tomorrow's the big day. We'll be doing quite a bit of that at the end of our lesson. Although tomorrow looks like a nightmare. Oh no. Oh, it's not. Okay, it's fine, I guess. Are we gonna start early tomorrow? I needed to shave my head earlier today, so no more public appearances. I'm officially lacking hair. Alright. Come true, alright. That's fine. Come true is come true, and it's using oo, so transitive or intransitive. Just kidding. Just kidding, to be fulfilled. Wait, what do we have for this? Hanau.
Kanau.
Okay, that's fine.
叶う
Ooh, Miyuki.
Kanau.
Okay. To receive something, yeah, marau.
Morau.
Oh, so morau. I said marau. Morau.
もらう
Miyuki, huh? No, I wonder what happened to Kyoko. Come to an end. The flip? Tsunami and simultaneous. Alright. You see a tsunami that's simultaneously with another tsunami, you know it's about to end. That's fine. Sai. Just as the world is about to come to an end, your cyborg appears and block it with its cyborg body. Man, that's like straight out Pacific Rim or something. Pacific Rim, OP. To be raised. Synonymous with nurture? Nurture or foster? To be raised. Okay, let's see. When you raise something, you are causing it to be raised. Oh, that raise. Okay. This verb also. Okay, so not the same raise. To be listed, to be nominated, or to rise. For these additional meanings, you might want to imagine something rising up onto a list or someone rising up to a nomination. Yes. What was our thing for this? Soul? I'm pretty sure Sogaru, Soul. Is that Onyomi or Kunyomi?
上がる
Okay, it was Onyomi. My first thought was it was Onyomi, so we need an Kunyomi. Their first use of this character is a kun. Why? Alright, the reading for this is the same as the other to rise. Yeah, agaru. Yep. Makes sense. Agaru.
上がる
Okay. Kind of one of those things. It's kind of like Umu, right? Umu situation. And Noboru situation. To be raised. Okay. Election. Oh, interesting. Choose, raise. Oh, choose to list or recognize or nominate. Choose to nominate. It doesn't have to be raised. You have to choose someone and nominate them for office election. What is that? Sen? Senso.
選挙
Senkyo. Oh, wait. That's kyo, not so. Kyo. Senkyo.
選挙
I'm having trouble with this one. And putting 7 days in the gap does not help. Of that, of course. Whoops.
もらう
Morau. What? Excuse me? Wait. Oh, I keep typing ka instead of ka.
叶う
I know. Okay.
上がる
Got it.
選挙
Thank you. Overall. Okay. That doesn't look too familiar to me. So what do we have? Whole? Whole fit? Yeah. Or suit. Overall, it's fine. When you take a whole and join it together, you get a synthesis. Oh, comprehensive or overall. Probably a good overall picture. Okay. Synthesis is good for this. I like it. Overall, a bit of a pivot. Comprehensive? Yeah. I feel like we have another comprehensive. Remember though. And I think it uses huh. What was this? I and go. This is probably go. So what is that? Sogo?
総合
Sogo.
総合
Okay. As a whole. Interesting. Use the body instead. As a whole. Soul tai teki. Ne? Soul tai teki.
相対的
Okay. Overall too. Okay. Judge. Oh, this is pun. Yeah, pun. Pun. What sounds like pun? Maybe hun or bun? Hun or bun for this read? I'll cut that baby in half with a knife if you don't figure it out, says the judge. Han and bun, of course. Han and bun. Yep. Makes sense. And Han Solo, so you know he's not going to back down. Okay. Yeah, Han or bun. This is pun in Chinese. Or judge as well. Okay. To establish. Yeah. Sure. Shakeru. What do we have for establish? Weapon, words. That's it. We need something else to establish. Maybe it's dealing with create. So maybe like skeru. Maybe like skeru. Yeah. I would be it would be interesting if it's skeru. Or yeah, it's skeru. Maybe like skeru or something like that. The kanji itself means establish, so the verb is to establish, yeah. And keru is transitive. Is a formal word that suggests setting up something in order to prep for future needs or events. I see. If you want to ensure smooth operation and governance, for example, you might set up rules or establish an office. You can even use it to say you arrange a drinking party, in which case it probably means that the party has a more formal purpose.
設ける
Mokeru. Interesting. Mokeru. What are you going to establish? How about a system for mowing lawns? It's very important that lawns are mowed according to an established system. You know how... You know? How do you mow yours? Okay. So let's throw in... whatever... I'm having trouble again. Whatever this is. The onyomi. That's it, right? You are establishing sets of lawns sets of tools to use for mowing lawns, right? I know, I forgot. Were you doing this type of thing? Alright. To set. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Transitive. Setsu. Setsure. No, setsuke. Setsuke suru. Ne?
設定する
Sette. Oh yeah, te. Oops. Tater tots. What do you establish and determine in everyday life? Establish and determine in everyday life. A setting. When you make that into a verb, you have to set, as in setting the temperature of the AC, setting your password. Set suru is a little formal, but does get commonly used for device system and game systems. Interesting. And also often used in more official contexts, like setting the price for products or establishing project goals.
設定する
Sette suru, and then there's a shortening, of course. Sette suru.
設定
設定する
Why did I think it was cake? And so, tater tots. Hold up. You can't determine it, but you still have to test determine. You go to the top and roll a tater tot. Yeah. That's like, yeah, measuring a cake.
設定する
Sette suru. Okay. Alright. Whoops.
総合
Solgo. Solgo. What? It's like holy. Ah! Overall. Okay.
相対的
相対的。
設ける
設ける。
設定する
設定する。Public. Makes sense. Publicly established what? 公設。
公設
公設。公設。Construction. Oh boy. Makes sense though. Build and establish. Construction. I paused on the build part, right? What's this yoga? What's this yoga pen business? Ken? Or I think that's stretch. Or anyway, Ken Cole. Yeah. It's a pretty formal word for construction, focusing on the action or process of constructing rather than the structure itself. It's often used for large construction projects like malls, dams, or bridges. In some contexts, it can also refer to establishment.
建設
Kensetsu.
建設
建設
Make sense? Kensetsu. Human rights? That's human rights, alright. Now the question is, are you gonna kun this? If not, what are our choices here? Ningen.
人権
Jinken.
人
人権
I thought it would overlap with human. Jinken. Okay. I guess Ken believes that one human right is to have genes. I like that. Okay. All right. Okay. Kendi.
権利
権利
Kendi. Oh, a right.
権利
Kendi. Interesting. Condition. How does this work out to condition? Joel. Joel can. Oh, yeah. A clause in the matter complicates things. It has conditions, terms, and requirements. The other simple matter. Oh, okay, okay. Condition terms, I see. Clause in the.
条件
Joel can.
条件
Alright. Blah.
公設
That's it.
人権
You can.
建設
Gensetsu. Then help. I lost it. It's gone. Ooh, excuse me. Go acclimate. I was debating on. My original plan was to take today off as well so I can reacclimate. But I was feeling pretty energetic today. Little did I know I kind of overestimated my stamina. Let's see. Why am I drawing a blank on the left? Despite it all. Hmm. Oh, it's just a random blank. I mean, it was fine earlier. Yeah, it was just a random blank. Winter tree. What? Oh, Joe, that's right. The clause.
条件
Joe can. Joe can. Joe can is. I think situation still fits this too. That's fine. Condition is reasonable. Situation's fine. It'll come up later too, probably. We did have a previous one that had like case, situation, and condition as well.
Kenri.
Indeed. All right. Oh, that's not too bad. 32? Wow. That's actually kind of small. Incident. Oh boy, here we go. Occurrence matters. Oh no. Incident. I think right now we have what, 4 or 5 different instances of incidents, which one of the instance is also using incident. Case, scandal. Okay. So a matter, an occurrence matter, or matter, incident. Which this is what I mean by situation. This would also be considered a situation, case and situation. Okay, let's see. Jiken often refers to significant or serious occurrences like crime cases and accidents. Okay. It can also be used playfully. There was a, oh yeah, Jiken, to dramatize. Yeah, okay.
事件
Jiken.
事件
Well, wasn't the other one Jiken? Actually, I don't remember. Not sure. Hold up. I'm actually curious. Oh, I'm thinking of that's fine. Oh, Jihen. Oh, I was thinking of Jihen. Jihen. Oh, it's still Jihen. Okay. Same tone. I thought it went the other way. Okay. Okay. Jiken. Alright. Shall we? Oh, you're gonna have to help me with this one. Ate? Ashu? Apep?
派手
Ade? Okay. Wait, was ha? Ha was unyomi. No?
派手
Ade? Wait. Or was it onyomi? I wrote it as onyomi. Okay. Oh, I guess it don't have one. Okay. And then it took Dendaku on the. Okay. Yeah. This is a weird one. Yeah, I know. Just think about the sect of hands. They're always doing jazz hands and things that like that, trying to be all showy and flashy. What a dumb sect, you know. Hadid is such a. I think at some point we're just gonna resurrect all of the Tez, all of these hands. Oh man, Hadid. Okay. Task, that does look like task. What is that? Wu. Right? 这是 Wu. Yes. You use a special spear in winter instead of the foreman, right? You use a special spear in winter to give yourself the power to do all of your tasks. Duty. Okay, what do we have? Mu? Mu. Mu. Yeah, Mu. Yeah, Mu. Yes. That is definitely it, Mu. Right on top of each other. Alright, cool. I guess we'll be fine with this. Regardless of what the mnemonic is. High class? Makes sense. Oh, they use Stan instead of Gao. Interesting. The sect that stands the highest are those who are high class, blended, or fine. Is this no, this isn't. the heck is the ritsu? Maybe like the ha. Oh, that sounds terrible. It could be the other one, but ritsuha
立派
ripa. Oh, it is ripa. Okay, I should have thought about it closely. I learned this as splendid, as opposed to high class. Interesting.
立
Ripa.
派
Oh, it's ripa. I thought it might have been ripa. Ripa, like going down. Atamadaka, I suppose, or not Atamadaka. Aldaka, or like ripa, ripa,
立派
ripa.
立派
Okay, fine. Is this usually written this way?
立派
Interesting. Do I see the oka? I do. Do I see the yama? I do. And ken. Okayama ken. Oka. I thought oka was. Heckin kunyomi. Wait. Have I been writing this as a kun? I don't know. Have I been writing oka as a kun?
岡山県
Okayama ken. Yeah. Okay. Self-explanatory. Okay.
事
You
件
can.
Hade
Hade. The heck is Hade? They're dumb, right? They're dumb. Okay, they're dumb and showy. Yes.
岡山県
Okayama ken. Dumb and showy. Hmm.
立派
Lipa. Raw material. Element material. Okay, that's fine. Or element lumber. Oh no! How'd you get raw material? Wait. That doesn't have to be lumber. That could be material too. Heckin material. Yeah, raw material, elemental material. Okay. Had problems with elements, right? So sai. Yeah?
素材
So zai. Ooh. Oh yeah, this was zai the whole time. It's right. So zai. Oh, you went from soap to soup or soap to so.
素材
素材
I don't like you. Get out of here. It's fine. We don't need this too. I guess there are more than one read, but this will be fine for now. To refuse. Cut off. Oh yeah. This is part of the cut off thing. What was this character in traditional? What did this character look like traditionally? Jue? Yeah, it's Jue. I don't remember what Jue looks like. Well, it has these. It's just a slightly different. Like the L, this like L thing is not. I almost want to. It like it has something up here, and then it keeps these, right? Jue. Right, to refuse or reject. Transitive, sure.
断る
Kotowaru. Deciding to refuse something unfortunately starts a coat war, like a pillow fight, but everyone hits each other with coats instead of pillows. Okay. Kotowaru. Interesting. All right. Uh, after the lions refused to cut off grains, it started a coat war. Koto wa wait, I was thinking of adding that. Oh. About it's the dawn of a new Kotowa, because the lions refuse to give up their territory. More of a way of looking at it, but fine. Resources. Oh. Alright, G? Give me G. She. Oh, alright. She's close enough. And it can. Is that onyomi? Dang it. Maybe you can sometimes unexpectedly rendaku or something to G. She. Okay, the next shellfish will be yours, but this shellfish will be mine. There are resources. Wait. I'm gonna add assets. Okay. You save up all of your resources so you can buy a sheep. Okay, fair enough. That's what assets are. Currency or etc. Optional. Excuse me? Nin E? Ah, that sounds so awful. Don't do it.
任意
Nini. Okay, that's fine. Oh man. Optional. So your idea of duty is that you don't really have to do it. It's optional, you know? Arbitrary, voluntary. This one, I might lose this one.
任意
Nini. Okay. Check up. Makes sense. Ensa. Yeah?
検査
Ensa.
検査
That's why I interchanged them. Investigate, examine, check. They're all belonging to these two characters. Okay. What did they want for this? Resources. It's gone.
素材
Sozai.
断る
Otowaru.
検査
Insa. Ah,
任意
Nini. Okay. To inspect. Okay. Oh, interesting. Kenmon suru.
検問する
Kenmon
検
suru.
問する
Kenmon suru. Alright. To pray. Kiru.
祈る
Oh, Inoru. Why? I forgot it is Inoru. Ah, dang it, you. Heck you. Inoru.
祈る
Ino, I know. The key to spiritualism is to not ignore prayer. Ignore to pray. Ignore to pray for forgiveness. Or fealty. How do you spell fealty? Oh. I don't like I know. This is the stuff that I feel is one of the most wishy-washy part of WaniKani, where either ino you read it like Japanese or you read it like English. It's what makes it very inconsistent. So they want you to say I, no, like I as in said by I, but this could also be used as I for ai, a, you know, I. So there's so many things that are not consistent. So instead, I'm just gonna continue to find substitutions if I can. This is the key to spiritualism is to not ignore. So that's a double negative, but it's fine. To not inoru, right? Ignore. Inoru to pray for fealty, right? How about just faithfully? Pray faithfully. Right. Envy. Interesting. I don't know if I know a character for envy yet. The bottom doesn't seem simplified. Oh, wait. No, that could be simplified. That could be a simplified character. Next. No. I mean, this seems fine. First one. First to it. Sheep are always looking at the next animal full of envy and jealousy. Wait. Hold up. I'm a little confused. That has an extra dot. I don't like this. I'm apprehensive about what they just did here. But alright. I might get sidetracked. This one's in danger of getting sidetracked. Because I can look at it as a tsunami prison and a person. Instead of thinking of it as Nex. Which Nex has one less stroke, which makes a really big, that's a really big difference. The reason the sheep feels such envy and jealousy is that the next creature is a centaur. Who wouldn't be jealous of a creature as noble as a centaur? Yeah, alright. We'll see how long that sits. I'm not so sure about that one. This one's really, that's a big leap. Treaty. Okay, I forgot this briefly, right? Now do I remember it? I still don't remember. Oh, it's Joel. Okay. Alright. Joyaku. Yeah? 条約.
条約
There are many clauses about the promise you made in this contract.
条約
条約. 条約. Prayer. Intriguing. They had gun. So, 期間.
祈願
기간. Whoops. Gun.
祈願
This usually refers to making a wish or asking for a favor from a deity. Okay, like posterity good. Okay. Kigan. No,
Kigan.
Kigan. Okay.
検問する
Enmonsu.
Inoru
Inoru.
「条約
Yoyaku. Send help.
祈願
Kigan. Okay. To blame. All right. What was our blame? Seki? Seki's not gonna help, huh? To blame. Do I remember any blames? I don't. To criticize or reproach the accused.
責める
Semeru. Really? Celery? Okay. Are you going to blame me for eating your celery? Okay. You should know I'm the wrong person to blame because I don't even like celery. Okay. Alright.
責める
Semeru.
責める
責める
Alright, let's combine this. For a thin seki waistline, one may eat lots of celery. That's so dumb. That's so. Alright, fine. Submit. Okay. Next one. Responsibility, that makes sense. Okay. I've lost it. Seki. Seki. Setnin. Ne?
責任
Sekinin, really?
責任
責任
Okay. I thought they might potentially not like irregularly shorten it or Sekinin is fine. Okay. To omit. Conserve. And then ku. Interesting. Sure. Right, transitive. The kanji means conserve, but why stop there when you can try to omit everything and eliminate everything? Just take... Skip or leave out? Okay. Fair enough.
省く
Habuku. Habu? Okay. I don't mind that. Habuku. It almost sounds like habit. Habuku. Let's see. The shogun Habu to omit spending, unnecessary spending. Shogun. Habu to omit Habu to omit unnecessary spending. Okay. Reconsideration. Hun? Sa? Hun. Sa. Hun. It's Han. Hansho? Ne?
反省
Hanse. Oh, it's the other read. It's fine. Instead of show. If you're anti-conserve, reconsideration. Oh, anti like conservative? Oh wait, what? I'm going to ask you to do some heavy reconsideration and reflection and see if that's really the right way. If you change your thinking, you might even end up showing regret. Interesting.
反省
Anse. Anti-conserve. The reading for Han is all good. The reading for you haven't here. Yeah, fine. But show and say are linked when it comes to sound. A lot of time. I'm standing in front of you, forcing in consideration of your anti-conserve stance with my saber to your throat. I better see some reflection on your face, or you won't have one in a second. Ooh. Right. Yeah, we might need something for this. Oh no, but that's double onyomi, right? Han Solo has reconsidered carrying more than one weapon. And now also carries. Han Solo now carries a saber. After reconsidering. After reconsideration for weapons. How the... Okay. Alright. It's fine. Increase. What was increase? Zol? It's not Zol. Intransitive. Okay. Right. This is an everyday word that refers to increase in quantity. Ah. Ah?
増える
Uedu. Ah, yeah, I don't.
増える
I don't. I didn't. I had a block. Dang it. I thought it might be related to, like, go up. It would be fueru. Okay. Foolish. of you to touch anything while things are increasing anyways. You won't mess up. Okay. Ueru. It would be foolish to go out at night when there is an increase in zombies. One is a fool to go out at night when there is an increase in zombies. Okay. Alright. It's gone.
Semeru.
Semeru. I don't how does this work? I don't remember how this works. Oh. To blame? Guess it's still to blame, right? Or it's something, it's a pivot. Oh. Oh, they don't add something? Okay. That's fine. I added something because it's to remind me it's transitive. So they're just being inconsistent. Fine. I guess a person is doing the blaming. Good enough. Transit. How the heck? What? What is... It's gone. Oh. The Shogun has to cut or cut unnecessary spending. But what the... I've already forgotten my keyword. It's not that either. I don't know. Oh, Habu. Habu to omit, yes. Habu.
省く
Habuku. Script stinks. Okay. Help. Okay.
責任
Meaning. What? Oh. Hmm. No. Oh.
増える
Ueru. Ueru. Ueru.
反省
Unsaid. Increase. Oh. Now we're adding. Increase add. Fair enough. What is that?
増
Zolka?
加
Zolka.
Okay. Sun increase. Interesting. Very, so Q. Qzo.
急増
急増
Qzo. Okay. Zolzai. Ne?
増税
Zoze. Oh, not Zai. Zoze.
増税
増税
Right, right. Zeikin.
税金
Zeikin. Okay, that's fine. Tax free?
無税
Muze. Okay.
無税
無税
Alright. That set was not too bad.
増加
Okay. Or add an increase, or the same.
増税
Zoze. Wait. Wait. Or tax increase. Yeah, that's fine.
急増
Uso. Ah,
無税
who's it?
税金
Okay. Actually, the real true occasion. Okay. Yeah. True situation. Oh no, we're getting into actually. A truth occasion is reality. It's where it is used a lot as an adverb or with or without the particle need to mean actually or really. 実際
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 Okay. International, that makes sense. 国際
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 国際 Okay, that's fine. Why do I have a feeling you're... I know you. I know you. Although I use tonari instead.
際
Kiwa. Ooh, kiwa. Even though the kanji mainly means occasion, for some reason this word means side or edge. I suppose on occasion, kanji takes you the edge of what ought to make sense.
きわ
Kiwa, oh no. Note that the word is often written in kana as kiwa or kiwa. Okay, that makes sense. You're on the very edge of the world. You heard that at the edge of the world are the kiwa. Keywords. They're keywords written there in big fiery letters telling you the meaning of life. Supposedly there are words of God himself. They say, we apologize for the inconvenience. What? These are the kiwas? Okay. Fine. Wow. Alright, that's fine. Yes. There are occasions where you may want to set aside keywords to turn the cyborg off. Okay. Justice. Oh, that makes sense. Correct and righteousness. Se. Seiki?
正義
Whoops. Seigi.
正義
I mean, that's fine. Ism? Is this like ism as in the suffix ism? What are we doing here? Oh, yes. Isms. The main cause behind someone's righteousness is usually what isms, principles, or doctrines. Okay, ism. That's an interesting way to define that. Main righteousness. Isms, huh? What is that for this? Chu? Chugi.
主義
Shugi. Oops. Shugi. Not Chugi. Shugi. Sase gute? Teo ni boshite mo nani mo nami mo kaiketsu しないので私はbute? Interesting, gute? Really? bute を言わない What was this? 主義主義なんです。
愚痴をこぼしても何も解決しないので、私は愚痴を言わない主義なんです。
愚痴 Really? For grumbling? Hmm.
主義
Shugi. Alright. Move along. Sense of duty. Makes sense. Righteous logic or righteous reason. Sense of duty. Giri? Yeah, righteous and then a reason behind it. At least in your mind. This is your sense of duty. And it really is a sense in a way too. You just feel it. It's not an actual thing that's tangible. Okay. This word can also mean in-law, like your mother-in-law. Wow. What a pivot.
義理
Giri. Okay, it's going up. Giri.
義理
Alright. Fair enough. And last definition. Okay. Tegi.
定義
Tegi. Okay.
定義
Alright. Okay. How does this work? Yeah.
日は
Iwa.
国際
Okusai. Ah!
実際
Decide. What was this?
Seigi.
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 Seigi. I don't know what this is anymore. Determine plus righteousness. Definition. Oh, this is gonna need some help. Oh no, this is kind of cursed. Determine righteousness. Yeah, this is kind of cursed. Yeah, I don't like this approach, so let's try something else. Oh man. I don't know. We'll come back to this. We'll come back to this. That is rough. That is really rough. This is sense of duty.
義理
Duty.
主義
Duty. Ooh-wee. Boy, howdy. Back and we're already exhausted. It's fine. Tomorrow we have recreation. We have some recreation fun tomorrow with Wakotabi. Okay. Let's go over our Monix. Our Momos. I wouldn't mind some Momos right now. Mohawk. Simultaneous. Next. Spear. Number. Half. And blade. Alright, we got some more Momos incoming. So... Heck. Cyborg. Han Solo. Something with cow. Ooh. Sheep. Oh, right. I forgot. There's that lag time for one of the characters. Oh, that's fine. It's not going to stop us from mowing. Okay. What in... Centaur. When do these come up? Huh. It's probably a whole day. Alright, let's do our reads. Kana. Mora. Sai. A what face? Committee. Wei, sure. E? Heck. This one takes so long. Yeah. Yo. Han, pan. Han, pan. And these two are delayed. Se. I think Mu is Onyomi because it sounds like it. Should have thought about that first. Sa. I. So. Heck. Setsu. Chi. Ken? Ken. Ken. Huh. And then this was Kunyomi. Did I usually think this was? Oka? I think so. Oh. Heck. Where are you? So. I don't think I have a read on So yet. So and Su. There isn't. Oh no, there is. Just kidding. The first one is So. I'm kidding. I'm thinking of something else. Dan. He. Nin. Ken. And we got stuck on this so many times. Joel. And this. These two are pretty wild. Seki. Sho. Se. Zo. I stuck on this a bit too. Ze. Ken. Stuck on that a bit. Dai. Ki. and that's like on a lot today. That's okay. We're just getting back into the groove, right? All right. Review was okay. It was actually the new stuff, so a little bit weak. All right, folks, that's a wrap for today's WaniKani. It's good to be back. Spent a little time talking about otokan, or what otokan means to me, I suppose. Plenty of anecdotes. So from here on out, I definitely will make otokan. I think I have a lot of ideas for next year, like what I'll write about or what I will share, largely in the Discord, right? And then write about it. We'll write about some of the stuff. There are a lot of learning lessons. Things have been very transformative in the last year and a half because it has been 2 otokans since I've started language learning, and I guess this is as formal as it's gonna get, formally language learning, and boy howdy does it make for wonderful ways to re-engage with the stuff. And of course, next year I'm starting to try to do other things too. I've been volunteering at this convention for like 5 years as a staff member. I think this was the conclusion of my 6th year. And now I'm starting to consider maybe adding another one to the list, somewhere like a neighboring one, and then use those as opportunities to come back with stories, anecdotes for when target language comes in. Visiting metropolitan areas, especially metropolitan areas with a convention that involves a foreign culture, right? Several foreign cultures, really does it is going to be or is currently and will be a much bigger part of my life when it comes to language learning. I do not intend on, for the time being, there aren't people around me and people that I resonate with that live exclusively like in Japan or China. It's very different for me. My desired environment is in a diverse place, and as far as I'm concerned, I understand how other people might view it from a foreigner perspective, but Japan and China are not diverse places. Not in the sense of being welcoming to diversity in a similar way. Like, yes, you can make an argument that there are other diverse places that may make and there are parts of the United States, for example, that can be very monocultural, right? For sure. But I didn't grow up in those places. And even within those places, the places that I carve out on the internet are places of culture and diversity. So, much like your approaches to language learning, I enjoy interacting with people because people are different. I don't necessarily say that interacting with people that are the same are not enjoyable. The idea is that we become similar in one another through influence, right? When we share, we become one, but it's transformative when people that are different or have different, despite underlying having similar values, right? Like, we're not talking about like human condition value. Like, I believe people are the same in the sense that their desire of belonging and social contact, these are things that are underlying human condition. I also mentioned a bunch from James Clear's book about habits. There are human condition, that stuff like that. But culture and stuff like this are higher level in complexity, and I enjoy the idea of being welcoming and surrounding people that are able to have wider, more cultured approaches and enthusiasm for differing opinions. I think those who seek a place that have clear rules and very rigid and extreme, rigid and high compliance, that is certainly someone who finds that desirable when they want clarity in their life and consistency, right? I don't think I'm one that is short on consistency and understanding what standardization is. I think those who seek standardization are individuals who do not obligate themselves to exercise that discipline. And going to a country in which that standardization is possible makes things easier to live, clearer to live, and also less spurious. And that's understandable. All these things do exist and everything in between. So for myself, the internet was once like that, actually. I think the hyper optimization and the hyper algorithm driven stuff, right, confirmation bias and all, have trended younger people, maybe people that didn't experience life outside of the internet, has come to make cultures that are incredibly compliant very attractive because they line up with the normal behavior of the internet, right? Like if you go into a Fortnite game, you expect that everyone has the same objectives. If you go on Roblox and Minecraft, you self-select yourself into those situations. And when things are out of the box, they tend to get shunned or buried. And that's, unless it's one of those exceptions. Right, the big exceptions is this person is such a big deal that they stir the waves. But those are very, very rare, extraordinary cases. Like someone who's so good at what they do, they can set the trend. And for every one of them, there are millions of others that don't. So, to me, it's not a natural. It's not my place of belonging. I don't particularly think it's beautiful from the outside. It's beautiful to want to have a sense of belonging that goes way to your core, right? And it requires those types of mindsets and behavior to succeed in a place that is incredibly rigorously conformist, right? And that is admirable, and often it's almost a double standard the way that is viewed nowadays, where a country, for example, or culture that is viewed with incredible stringent discipline and diligence is extremely desirable without the consequences, because what is desirable is what's apparent to the person who's desiring it. But when I see an insane or incredibly high level of conformity and desirability as a foreigner, right? You yourself is part of the conformity problem. So to me, when one is born into a monocultural society, I see that as incredibly desirable and safe. As a foreigner trying to conform to it, they must give up their identity to do so, or strongly suppress and spend a lot of their time reworking, right? But that comes with strong desire. So if you have a strong desire to conform to a new standard, that is really impressive. It's incredibly admirable. And to do that for a lifetime is exceptional. Or possibly you could believe, which belief is strong, that you were born into a wrong culture, quote unquote, wrong culture. This is the mindset that is required, in my opinion, to be monocultural. You reject your old culture or your native culture and embrace another culture wholeheartedly. And that to me is what is a bit more akin to moving to Japan and stuff. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong. It's one of the things of understanding what culture is like in different countries. I've never been to Japan, so take it with a grain of salt. But I grew up with Chinese parents, and my parents came from a place in which, I had most of my life paved out and written for me already. But since I grew up in the United States, I've seen many versions of what that life could be. And therefore, I kind of went my own way after a while. And I am only embracing and learning Japanese and Chinese and Spanish because I have a choice. I'm not saying there's no choice in Japan or in China, but the thing is, growing up in the United States, I get to surround myself with people who do this as a hobby. In China, if you're not good at what is expected of you, you may, or despite being good at it, you may or may not have the choice to chase after hobbies in the first place, right? But here's the interesting part about all this. As a foreigner, your hobby might turn into your life's goal, right? And that, to me, sounds like a very romantic thing that I like watching people do. You know, people who uproot their life and embrace everything that is a different culture. Midlife, usually earlier life, right? I'm 40, so I could be a little bit ironically hypocritical here and say I'm too old to uproot my life and start over. I don't believe that for any bit. I just don't desire it. I like that I'm surrounded by people who want to learn a target language from a foreign country, but they also like all the cultural idiosyncrasies of their own culture because they all sit in like this salad bowl of stuff. When people say this country always does this, I see that country only being able to do that. That's what I see. So it's like different perspectives. They're both true. Both the statements are true. That doesn't necessarily mean it's less or more desirable to people of different perspectives. So do I want to, like, for example, chasing after content creation? Do you really think that moving to Japan is going to make you embracing their culture is going to embrace a life of content creation? For example, like you might be thinking, oh yeah, but there's content that comes from Japan. It's like, well, what are the stats? The reality is some of these hobbies that you do and some of the many hobbies you like as a foreigner, or like you see them, they are often considered closeted hobbies, right? And that's not to be a bad or good thing. Those are things, they're different priorities. The work culture is to achieve a career that is not what you may think if you're romanticizing it as a foreigner. For myself, what I'm doing now is something that is strictly a hobby, right? And it continues to be so. Movies, video games, sports, recreation, that is not what my parents interpret as productive work, right? In a country filled with pragmatic work and community forward things, these things it may be very difficult to accept as contributing to societal development or maturity. I often tell my parents, like, yeah, I'm doing this because I'm like part American, right? I do indulge. I think I'm technically this is gonna be a little weird for some of the kids out there, I suppose. Learning is a luxury. It is a privilege. Like the learning that I'm doing, this current learning, it's a privilege. It's a luxury. What I can see my parents arguing is, why learn Japanese when you can improve your English and use your English and spend that time to work on a career that is applicable to, you know, a skill that is applicable and in demand right now in the United States. In Japan and China, I would say that is very lined up with that. If there's a demand for something, it happens. And yes, you could have a demand for content creation. That is very much so. What does that look like? when it comes to China. View farming. You know, AI driven clone farms. It's unfilling. It's very pragmatic, super efficient, and a well-oiled machine with a lot of applications, right? But they're pragmatic applications. So when you think of, I do understand that on the flip side, you could say from a foreigner perspective, oh, Japan, anime is so creative, like anime is fun, it's inventive, it's innovative. Working in an animation studio for a couple years, the work ethic is not shown for what you're consuming. And the reason why I say this is when I go and play a video game, right, especially a Japanese video game or a Japanese programming or an animation, my first thought is the amount of labor, especially love of labor that goes into that, makes it really often difficult for me to side with people who feel so entitled to stuff, right? I think that sense of entitlement, almost easy complaint, and being spoiled, comes from the other side of things in the United States, your liberties and stuff. Like, the customer is always right situation and whatnot, without the appreciation for those who are producing it, right? It's almost as though you have the right for entertainment. It's a privilege for entertainment, but nevertheless, that comes with cultural normities, right? Normalcy. What is seen as a privilege may be a right in a different culture, largely because that culture accommodates that. I think content creation is by far more of a westernization thing, and it's pretty interesting to see the number of people who think that their work ethic, their deficiency in work ethic, and like studying and accolades, school, academics, somehow would be not a problem when they decide to move to Japan and move to China, for example. I think it would actually exacerbate those qualities, right? But I do honestly believe that those who transition and make that successful adaptation, they become very hardworking, right? You end up adopting the work culture and become a very different person, which is very transformative. I myself don't necessarily have to see that work ethic. I would like to think humbly I had some experience with driving my entire being into the ground for the sake of career advancement, right? Tossing any form of social life away for the first 26 years of my life in order to be academically competitive. So if you really want to see some realities or balances of people you're competing with, right? If you move to Japan, for example, the type of adolescents or people you're competing with, read the current state of, there was a recent research like data mining of surveys coming from Japan, looking at the trends of searches online from Japanese youth, right? If you there are quite a lot of youth that I've encountered now. This is just sharing some anecdotes because Otakon reminds me of some of these things too. Right now, I see that Otakon is an escape. It's one of those privileges to celebrate and have fun and do things when you're younger. Some of the trends that are happening in Japan, when it comes to the state of mental health in youth, kind of mirrors the youth that's happening in westernized culture, self-selected westernized culture. So, that 16-year-old that's complaining that their $30 game that they bought has ruined their life because they spent $30 and they was hoping for like the world to be offered to them on a platter through escapism, right? That type of thing. Wow, that can destroy the entire emotional balance of a westernized child, for example, with these privileges. I can only imagine what it's like when they think that $30 must be earned through hard work in a country like Japan. So you're saying like, oh, so you think that mouthing off to your superiors and biting the hand that feeds, playing keyboard warrior would be acceptable in a country that is in really strongly a face culture. Like that is the stuff that I kind of see, the social dissonance. Like you're already constantly behaving like you matter all the time. You're the main character. When in my opinion, this is a difference of cultural necessity or cultural compliance. The thing that makes Japan and China incredibly remarkably different, and also kind of extremely admirable from a foreigner perspective, is that compliance is due to maintaining the social status of the country, the community, the face of the country. So when you think of behavior of people who think they can live in Japan, they're also the ones who are vocally minorities online complaining about a lot of things. That type of behavior is incongruous with what they wish they would live in. Like, oh, I want to go to, you want to go to Japan so you can truly express yourself. That's quite the opposite, actually. You mean you want to go to Japan to blend in, right? To be like everyone else. Because that's what makes the country beautiful and compliant. You want to go there and work harder than you've ever worked before, probably. Get good grades, follow rules. So you learn how to be what others kind of envy in, like, for example, in the United States. I think I've heard this plenty of times by my colleagues and maybe people online, that they find that I'm incredibly disciplined, right? I do my due diligence. I'm very consistent. I try to behave very politely. I self-censor myself a lot of times, and it's not because it makes me feel bad or anything. It's part of my culture that I grew up with. I try to be as agreeable as possible in public. And when I need to do something, I do it. I do it with a plan, lots of reflection. I aim to always improve, right? But if those things are admirable and they're shocking to you, then Japan might not be the place. I just want to voice that clearly out there, because that's what I feel are characteristics of Chinese and Japanese culture. They are incredibly disciplined. You get those things, the things that you like, those are consequences of the things you like. Like everyone standing in line, they're always well-mannered. People know exactly which way, how to greet people, how to have public decorum. That's the consequence of the underlying values of those cultures. Meanwhile, the way someone says, oh, they want to be like that or live in that place, they act like they're not going to be that place, right? you come out, you're learning Japanese, right? And then you come up to someone and you call someone stupid for trying to learn a language. When was it floors me that you think that you can adapt to Japanese decorum by casually going around criticizing people for trying their best. Like that is to me something that I like to think in a selfish way. If they truly want to embrace like the Japanese culture or Chinese culture and they move there, that would be life-changing. Like, I would love to hear from those people again. I'm still waiting, I have fingers crossed. I've spoken to several younger people over the last year and a half, in which within the year or 2 years, they're going to visit Japan. They might even move to Japan. And over those years, I hope 2 years or 3 years down the line, we meet again. And their mannerisms and stuff truly embraced what they wanted to be. Because the way they interact already, it's incredibly inappropriate. Now, I don't treat other people like they're from Japan. Like, we share our opinions. We share our opinions. We have arguments. We have disputes. There's no lack of seniority or status, right? And some people are belligerent. They go around calling me names, right, in public, in a public forum, that type of thing, or calling other people names. Hear me out. There are people who said nice, try to be reasonable and try to help me out, and then meanwhile, I can just click on their name, look at their channel, and there would be like a history of them bad-mouthing other people in public. And then they think that they understand Japanese culture. Right. I'm obviously not Japanese, so I couldn't possibly understand Japanese culture. But another person who claims they might understand Japanese culture or have learned Japanese culture, meanwhile act like a belligerent person in public space, I think that is one of the core foundations that they're violating. And I'm often curious if that becomes a rude awakening when you go from a individualistic country to a communal country, especially a face culture. I think if there's anything, a person that might be similar to me, right, someone who is consistently agreeable in public, consistently always trying to be pleasant, right, and appropriate, those individuals will likely be able to transition and bridge into a culture like the Japanese culture. I think it's incredibly beautiful. It's really tough, right? But that's kind of what makes the country so beautiful and so different. I think the stuff in the internet nowadays, like what I'm doing right now, where I'm voicing my contrast in comparison, that isn't necessarily appropriate in those countries, right? Like sharing your opinions about your country and comparing it with other countries, that's also not that common when it comes to living in a face culture. In the United States, in my opinion, one of the normalized behavior is you express yourself. You're individual. You have opinions, and it's kind of one of your social liberties, right? But I kind of skirt between the two. I'm a little bit of a mixed bag here. I try to be as carefully constructed as I can when making comparisons, generalizations. There's a sense of half glass full and half glass empty all at the same time, because that's, in my opinion, the heritage that I had from my parents. And it's curious, very curious, how many times I have been challenged for not understanding a culture by people who behave in contrast to the culture they claim they know about, right? Now, hear me out. I take it with a grain of salt. They did say oftentimes they know about the culture. They don't necessarily understand the culture. When you understand something, your behavior illustrates it as well, right? Like, what would it be like if, say, a Japanese person spoke English really well? And how would they speak in public in English? I would say they would sound a lot more closer to me than 99% of Twitch. Maybe that's a little too harsh. We'll say 90% of Twitch, because Japan might contribute like 4%, and China is not even existing in the Western internet. So, but we'll throw in like 2 or 3%, right? And those are like macro representations. So I would say I actually don't behave very much like other Asian Americans a lot of times, because the ones that end up being on Twitch, the ones that are, and what I mean by ending up, I don't mean they settled. The ones that take to Twitch, the ones that are very super aligned with YouTube and Google, they're Americanized, right? They're industrialized. So those people do not necessarily represent the things that are absent. When you can't see something, that doesn't mean they don't exist, of course, but they can exist in such rarity that there's no exposure for them. So when I talk to my parents and I talk to other people, like foreigners, especially during Otakon, when I was speaking to the Japanese people and the Chinese people, my mannerism matches theirs. Like you might be thinking, oh, but this is America, right? Like they're coming to your country, but I still have that really urge to constantly be appropriate to the person I'm talking to, at the expense of my own identity, right? My identity is all of that. If you go around parading like your identity is more important than the next person in public, then I would say that's going to be an uphill battle when it comes to adjusting to a place like Japan, right? You must humble your, like, it's, rules are great 90% of the time, and one of the rules is you must humble yourself to a stranger you have yet to know. It is one of the priorities. And yet so much of the current fandom that believe they're getting closer and closer to Japanese culture through understanding like the language and whatnot has yet, in my opinion, to often display the mannerisms and the behaviorisms that reflect what I, even as a foreigner, would constitute as fundamentals in Japan. Like a solid work ethic is one of them. I'm honest with myself. I'm not sure if other people are honest with them. I think my work ethic that I inherited from my parents almost destroyed me. Like I don't regret it either. I just couldn't hack it. Right? That's how the whole like duality of work ethic works. I was talking to one of my colleagues or people that I know, friends at Otakon, and she said something along the lines I shared with many people openly, that I'm in a comfortable spot in my life, but I want to seek new careers and like new development or raise a family and whatnot, right? The new future things. But I am not necessarily employed right now. And this person expressed that, oh yeah, see, you're so lucky. You didn't work all that hard. Like things, you had it easy because you didn't need to work like this, and you come back and, you know, it's a more joking, like, oh, you gotta come back and suffer like the rest of us. the thing is, I didn't have the time to explain to them like what they do is things I enjoy. I like working hard. Like if I was given the opportunity in which I'm compensated for, I like doing that. It's the very reason that I had a health problem before. I was raised to love working really, really hard, but there are things I can't get or achieve by working really, really hard. Like have time for myself, have time for other people, have time to have a social life with other friends, because the country I live in requires a balance of those. Now you might be thinking, well then what do they do in Japan? Well, most people are on the same page in Japan. So like when you meet someone, for example, they can understand why you're always busy and never at home. Or they have a structure that allows you to be at work while also having enough support to raise a family at home. Those systems are in place because of cultural compliance. In the United States, that's not the case. But that doesn't mean I didn't work hard. I got to where I was because I worked harder than a person. So I didn't want to be as rude or inappropriate, but I don't want to, like, it's one of those things in here in the Western world, when someone is ahead, it can be interpreted as luck. Or it could be interpreted as hard work. But the thing is, when you're not suffering and it can be seen as privilege as opposed to the consequences of your hard work. I think to be perfectly respectful to the people that I talk to, it's not that I don't want to go back and suffer with them, but it's another thing to insist that they worked hard and just as hard as I did and I got lucky, so therefore it's not fair to have that comparison. Like, well, we would have to compare apples to apples. What were you doing? What were they doing when they were 18? Well, I can tell you, if they had one more friend than I did, that's a lot of time spent that I didn't do, right? And that's kind of the work ethic that I think about when it comes to Japan. Again, I'm making some deductions. You give everything to get good grades. So a vast majority of people, in my opinion, that I've met who believe that they're going to move to Japan and adopt the rigors, right? Learn the language and stuff. I want to be very direct about this. If you are arguing about learning another language, especially Japanese, and you think that you're constantly arguing about who's the best, what's the best way, because you're afraid you might not make it, that is already at odds with Japanese culture, in my opinion, or Chinese culture. In fact, if you wanted to open up a dictionary and memorize terms, and that's somehow a requirement to learning a language, you do it. I think that's one of the biggest embodiments of Japanese culture. So when someone tells me, right, I'm gonna try to channel my parents. If someone tells me that school sucks, that's why you get bad grades, Japan's not for you. China's not for you, right? If you're saying that it's not your fault, it's a system that you underperform, right? That would be incongruous with the cultural aspects of Japan and China, right? It's, that's not fair because I was born with less resources. Usually my parents would say, suck it up and make it work, right? You're behind by 3 years, catch up, right? Oh, we didn't have money, that shouldn't stop you. And that's how you get that American dream, the American dream image. My parents didn't they didn't like they didn't make excuses, so to speak. They didn't make excuses. They just doubled down and worked even harder. And for myself, I stopped doing that. What I mean is, growing up multicultural, I was able to do a little of both. So now I'm kind of enjoying what I did. So to the colleague, right, the person that I know that she was joking, I know how she was joking or being a little bit humorous about it. But while whatever she did, I can almost positively know that she was working less than me, right? Because in this world, in this side of things, there's less luck, in my opinion. There's less luck than people might think. But the aspect of getting lucky is certainly something that I can appreciate growing up in the United States. But at the same time, that was not my mindset. I didn't seize opportunity by hoping that things are less hard. I ran towards the hard things. And I don't know how kids these days are looking at it, but if you think that your life becomes easier, I'm going to channel like some of the content creators I've been watching in like finance, like Caleb and stuff. The reality is, right? One of the biggest reality is, if you think your problems dealing with work ethic, your struggles, finances, like decision making, critical thinking somehow will go away because you move to another country, I usually think that I would say 8 out of 10 times they might actually worsen. And then you might be argue like, well, later, when they succeed, they're gonna say, oh, the new country is really great and stuff, like, because they succeeded. The change in environment, in my opinion, promoted a sense of growth in the person. So that person is no longer that same person they were when they left. So if they were to move back to wherever country they were, barring, immigration laws and all the things you can't control, I would say they probably still be successful. Largely because it was the change in environment, the challenge and obligation, which goes back to my thing that I want to end today's notion about when it comes to language learning. Humans, don't underestimate yourself. You when given obligations, right? James Clear, and I talked about James Clear enough today, like commitment contracts, habit formation, problem solving skills and whatnot. When someone is challenged while having limitless self-promoted motivation and perseverance, the person is transformed. So I don't necessarily think it's actually all attributed to the things that people think is the reason. And you don't have to live a great life. Being challenged and overcoming that challenge is sufficient to intuit these things. So no, I don't actually think moving to Japan makes you suddenly a better person and life becomes easier because the country has like easier things, or it's somehow superior in some way. It is different. And you spend time as an adult now or older being competent enough to learn and adjust once again. And that adjustment, like learning a new language, presents opportunities to redefine how you learn and adapt. Learning a new language is very similar to that, only not dealing with uprooting the life. Now, the thing is, since it doesn't have the obligatory uprooting your life in big stakes, you can choose to give up more easily, right? So learning Japanese is not the same as, not to the extent of moving to Japan. So if that is not enough already, it's not going to be easier because you moved to Japan, right? If you're already quitting doing something now, making it harder doesn't make it easier. Like, I know how that sounds. It sounds obvious. Well, yeah, if you made it harder, it's gonna be harder, not easier. Like, well, there are things that do sort of get easier in a really backwards way. When you have to do something, for some, it's easier than optionally doing it, right? Like language learning, like spending each day an hour studying Japanese. A high school student thinking that they will graduate from university, move to another country, like the country of their dreams, and somehow their grades will improve and their mental health will improve and whatnot. That is what I'm talking about. If you're already struggling now, I hope that you step up, right? And what makes it easier is you move to a place where you have a higher stake. Either it's a sentimental reason or an identity reason. Those are the underlying factors that create, in my opinion, that transformation of the person. It's not necessarily because a particular country or a particular culture is objectively superior, right? It's subjective. The person has a change in environment and they were obligated to have a passionate pursuit that's being challenged to allow them to be a better person, right? To adapt. I often worry when someone, I think, here's a last final anecdote. I think since I started language learning, even well before language learning, I really do have a bleeding heart, right? A bleeding heart for people who operate and make decisions based on cognitive dissonance. So when someone says they hate school, they wish they could be learning Chinese because, like, for example, Chinese is easier than math. It's like, it's not. Like, what I mean is, the context of that learning, they're attributing it to the nature of the topic, but they're not taking into account their interests and their enthusiasm and their obligations, right? If one can channel and leverage that, they might be able to see, I don't know, math as interesting for a different reason. Now, the reason why I bring that up is oftentimes when people want to move somewhere, especially Japan, they only see the stuff that they want to do. Rarely is it ever the stuff that they need to do or will may be required to do. And for myself, my concerns are because those stuff that are often required and need to do are things that they're already struggling to do. What are they? Finances, academics, work ethic, conformity, professionalism, stoicism, public decorum, and discipline, right? Due diligence. The list goes on, but generally speaking, it's or like growing up, like that's probably the better phrase, growing up, right? In my opinion, this is it used to be like a fun stereotype, but I actually still think this stereotype holds very true. You grow up fast, but you grow up relatively fast because the perspective is different. The characteristics that you need to learn as a kid at least growing up under my parents' household, a Chinese household. I talked about this before with Procol. Asian kids, right, especially diaspora, may often appear like they are better suited and more trained to fit in an environment of an adult environment, is because those qualities are prioritized and expected of the culture that is involved. However, that also means that they do not participate in other parts of the culture if they are diaspora. Like, I made this contrast before where Procol might see what is desired of being an adult because maybe the place where he lives or where he the cultural norm is that those are secondary when raising children. So what is that? Like, for example, when I was a child, I learned to budget, plan my career, learn how to save money, do a job. It wasn't hang out with friends, have fun, explore extracurricular activities, enjoy my childhood. And so what seems like a great recipe for success in adulthood can also be seen as a person without a childhood, right? So the question is, can you have the cake and eat it? Well, some people certainly do, especially when it comes to Japan, where they believe that their crummy work ethic and their inability to solve their own problems, find independency, know how to control their emotions, and somehow muster the amount of self-love and mental fortitude. Failing that, somehow when you move to a country that expects that in your adulthood, will make it any easier. It probably won't. It'll probably make it very difficult. So the natural thing I would like to do from all this talking is to kind of hope to change that a little bit, right? If you hate math, let's work on it. Because you're going to hate a lot of things you have to do. You're going to have to learn to like it. If you don't learn to like it, you're going to at least learn to tolerate it. I think ultimately the goal is to learn to like something, right? I think unless you're going to, like in the United States, that's a little different. You can be paid to do something you don't like, right? And that could be compensation enough. That's a mindset that I find a little bit more prevalent in the United States or in a westernized country. In, like, I would say in my imagination, theoretically, in Japan and China, you don't necessarily concern yourself with whether you like a job. You concern yourself with doing the job because it's expected of you, right? It took me a while. I didn't get good grades because I like good grades. I got good grades because I have to. I shouldn't complain about things being hard because all the other kids are getting it. That is the idea. Do you like that? You know what I mean? Like, what I see are kids who are far more acclimated to a different culture than the culture they wish they would like to be in. But they, in my opinion, you are looking at all the things you like about a culture, like you're cherry picking the culture. And then when you move there, then maybe that cherry picking is good enough motivation to keep you wanting it long enough to adjust to the things that you didn't cherry pick, like working long hours or having a hierarchy, always listening to your boss, not having the privileges to talk back to someone, right? Respecting your elders, for example. Like, I can't tell you how many times an 18-year-old comes up to me and just swears at my face because they think they know better. Or someone coming online thinking that it's fun to just troll around because you can't be held accountable for public space. That to me is like one of the things that I've come to accept because I live outside of those types of countries. There are bad actors. I assure you. You know, you can find bad actors, but we're talking about the social norm, right? I genuinely have yet to encounter personally someone who is not diaspora willy-nilly making public statements and opinions as though they were fact, or publicly arguing and writing diatribes online about other people's hard work, right? From like Japan, or it's hard to quantify China because China has a way different place, and even then there probably exists those things in their own space, but to the extent of the people who want to live in those places, probably not, right? So it's something that I've been thinking about for some time. You know, I'm sitting at Otakon, I hear people, I can hear their languages, you know, and their accents and their appearance and how they interact, and it is very, very obvious. It might not be obvious to those who aren't looking, right? When you know what you're looking for, it can be very obvious. So I was looking for those people watching, and you have to know, I don't think there's like a quote unquote a genetic component, or a necessary, like an entirely genetic component, or an entirely like luck component. I think there's a very real cultural component that creates that. Why does this particular child go around complaining about how school is hard, and they get bad grades because it's the school's fault and the teacher's fault? It's not. Like what I mean is, if you want to get into the mindset, at least like my parents and stuff, I got bad grades because it's my fault. But I also shouldn't be able to complain about it because I know how to change it. Right? That to me is what makes my attachment to Japanese culture. Like I want to reveal, like make it clear. I like Japanese culture, and even Chinese culture wherever I can find it, is because some part of me empathizes with that. I empathize with the idea of meritocracy, right? There is quite a lot of nepotism as well, but much less so in the West than compared to the Western world. But others, what they empathize with is they empathize with the eccentricity of the foreign country, right? What do people think is very wonderful about Japan are things that are the perks of living in Japan. They are not the fundamentals of Japanese culture. Like, being hardworking is one of the fundamentals of Japanese culture, right? And some people might think, oh yeah, hardworking. I'm hardworking. I'm like, okay, may I ask why? What do you think is hardworking? Like, well, you know, I work hard and I earn a lot of money, right? Do you like what you're doing? It's like, no, absolutely not. It's the crappiest job. My boss is a jerk. It's like, well, that doesn't sound very Japanese. Like, you can certainly have those thoughts, but the idea is, do you openly display it, right? Or do you learn to find some ounce of pride in the otherwise job that you dislike? I don't know. I think one of the things that are very characteristic of Asian cultures, well, I'll use my Chinese parents, is that they might dislike the job, but it's displayed very differently. they constantly try to improve their situation despite initially not liking the job, right? For me, most of my life, if I had a job to do, my personal interest in the job does not dictate the majority of how well I do the job. In contrast, I think those who think they understand quote unquote Asian culture, in my opinion, are those who think that they only do a good job because they like the job. They only do a good job because the job is suited for them, right? You can only have the right to complain about a job because you don't like it, and you have the right to complain about a job because the job doesn't suit your talents or your skills, whatever they may be. And my first thought often is, yeah, that's the privilege of having choice. Going to school, that's not a privilege. Like, having good grades is not a privilege. You don't complain about it. You get good grades. If you get bad grades, then you settle. You learn to deal with being someone who gets bad grades. Right? There's no second, like, in my opinion, there's very rarely second chances. Courses are set very, very well. So it's interesting to me. Some people think that going to a country that has those standards would give them a reset, a second chance. And I kind of, sort of can see it as a second chance, but not the same second chance as those who were born and raised in those countries. I mean, I got a second chance here in the United States because as much as I love my parents' values, I embraced my parents' values. If I behave like that, most people would not be able to empathize with me in this in here. Like, if I go to Otakon, for example, and I tell people what my parents would think of it, which is part of my own value system, it would be very disagreeable. Yeah, quite disagreeable. So it creates like almost like a self-contradictory loop. On the one hand, I want to be agreeable. On the other hand, whatever most people are doing are not necessarily agreeable to my values, right? If you're having problems at the work, make it better. If you can't make it better, leave and go and do something else, and then make that better, right? Saying you don't want to start over is an excuse for saying you can't hack it. That's kind of the straight-lace, objective, kind of work ethic oriented approach that I don't think necessarily works. Growing up in the United States, you network, you talk, you express things, you use communication skills. It's not purely a meritocracy, right? Or it's less so of a meritocracy. So interesting. Sorry, I wanted to expound upon some of this stuff that I thought about. At Otakon, we got time schedules, like, oh, you work 8 hours, and then you work 8 hours here, and then 8 hours here, and then you make it up, and then you go have fun. Yes, you could argue I don't work, so I have a lot of energy, but one of the disappointments in my time at Otakon, which I forgot to share with Brie and stuff, is that my foot, like my feet, the arches hurt so much from standing. It's probably because I'm getting older, but despite all of that, I just wanted to work all day. Like, next to me there are people like, it's almost done, it's like, oh, I hate waiting. Like, man, you think they treat us better by putting in 4 hours. Like, I can put in like 14 hours. The idea is you get the job done, right? And then when you get the job done, you also like it. So I spent like 2 or 3 hours speaking about what I like about doing registration, because that keeps me doing it well, and I learned to appreciate it. Despite my legs were like, my foot really like it was, but it paled in comparison to getting to see the people smiling faces, and then getting people out, you know, going to the con. And that is volunteer work. Like, I'm only volunteering, right? Some people might argue, well, you don't have to work that hard, you're only volunteering, it's not like they're paying you. Like, I know, but that is part of that is the cultural value. You do things the best. There's no like, oh, I tried. Yeah, so hear me out. I know I sound like a little bit hypocritic and like a little bit hypocritical right now. I don't say that to people that do not grow up in that culture. I grew up in that culture, so I don't practice what I preach. When I'm telling someone, oh yeah, all right, well, I guess math isn't for you, have you considered pivoting to a different subject or trying to find different ways to make the process easier? For me, when I was growing up, if the school is teaching it this way, I better get an A on it. It doesn't matter if I'm bad at it at first, I better get good at it, right? It's not my choice of how math should be taught, how science should be taught. It is whatever the system is, I must game and succeed at the system. You adapt to the system. If you hate math now, you'll have to love math later, right? If you're gonna learn biology and you just suck at biology now, go get a tutor, do whatever is possible, learn through that system. Learn to appreciate what you have. That's in my opinion what work ethic is, right? That hard worker. Despite sucking at something, you know, you've heard this before, despite sucking at something, you work at it so hard, despite it not being the best way or the most ideal way or the easiest way, you get it done. And you do it because everyone else is doing it, and you do it better than everyone else, or you try to, right? Do it better than everyone else. And when I use the word try, that's Americanized. That's my American side saying you do better than everyone else. That is the harder, more traditional thing. Like, hey, why is this person better than you? You should try harder, right? So all that luxury, all the stuff about, I think the internet created that. It created that contrast where, oh, well, this way didn't work, so I'm gonna go try another way and hope it works. You do the way that everyone else is doing, and if you don't do it better than the other, then you suck. That's the way of it. Especially in a monocultural society, a society that has lots of rules and everyone's compliant. It's that way or the highway, right? And it's closer to that. It's constantly closer to that. So I feel like that's a topic that this is a very hard topic to talk about. It's a hard topic to share oftentimes, and it doesn't come up very often, largely because I am American, right? I grew up around American. I'm a much more nurturing person than I've ever been growing up. If you talk to my 18-year-old self, if you got an F on a math, start thinking about getting a job that is at your level, right? And then while you're working at that job, start working on getting A's, not F's. That's how my younger self would be like, my 18-year-old self. Like, this sounds kind of like the internet sometimes too. Like, well, I got an A in math and you got a B in math, so that clearly I'm better than you at math. right? That's the. But hear me out. That's not true when you grew up in a country that has differing standards. If you grew up in a country that have standardized education, then yes, if someone gets an A and you get a B, they're better than you. So now this is where it comes full circle. The way I talk and the way I try to be polite and be appropriate and nurturing is actually the very thing that I with respect, as much respect as those who live in there. That's why I don't empathize with Japan and China. I don't empathize with that type of work ethic. I think there are other ways to go about it. You can cater, change systems, set people in favorable environments, as opposed to trying to bend everyone to a specific system, right? Compliance versus adaptability, right? And they're very conflicting models. And I think that's one thing that the internet basically contradicts, right? While, in my opinion, while Japanese culture is incredibly trendy, the social aspects and the behavioral normalizations online are incongruous and incompatible with like Japanese culture. So on the one hand, younger kids and people are finding it really cool and appropriate and trendy to want to immigrate to Japan and sit there, but then it becomes, in my opinion, a lose-lose situation for both Japanese natives and the people moving, right? And you might be thinking, well, what evidence do you have for that? Look at Japanese tourism right now. And then think about all the current issues that Japan has to face because of immigration. They're not like bad things. I don't think they're like inherently bad things. Largely, Japan could choose to embrace diversity and kind of adapt to the influx of people that have differing cultural values despite thinking they do, or they can reject, right? I don't necessarily think I have a good example of a country that decided to reject that's maybe like possibly China, but the idea is, yeah, most people go to Japan with this like romanticized aspect online of Japan. And my first thought is, I'm not Japanese, and I still feel compelled to share the realities of my inherited Chinese culture. Like, I think China has a very reasonable work ethic comparison to Japan, and adherence and conformity arguments, right? So, no, when you go to Japan, if you fail your class, then you're a failure. That's it. It stops there. What you can do is stop being a failure. And that's I say that with as much of a straight face as I can, but it is not something that I resonate with. Like, it's really tough for me because, I don't know, maybe you could say, oh, Americans are so laxed, right? Like, the American culture is too lax. They have lower standards, and they're not as disciplined to hold higher standards. Like, well, yeah, sort of, yes, because when you lower standards, you also have more people, you have more flexibility for those people who believe they're working hard when they're not. Right? There's trade-offs. If you think, this is kind of humorous because a lot of times there are country, like foreigners that come to an American university and say like, oh, American university is very difficult, right? Like there are high standards in American university, or the things are really of high quality, like the potential is high. So people hear of high aptitudes, but the range is big though, right? The range is big. So when you romanticize something, you focus on the heights of a system, not the lows of a system, or even the averages sometimes. So at a, like for me, with all transparency, yes, the range is high because the system allows it to be high. So high range, but man, the bottoms are bottoms, the tops are tops, right? Meanwhile, you have a smaller range when it comes to a compliance country. So you have consistency. So if you go around as a foreigner, you only see the consistency in Japan as a good thing. And then you only see the range of potential in the United States as a good thing. Then you miss a lot of the picture. You know, like it's consistent in Japan is because everyone is consistently expected to achieve the same things. So, telling a teenager, right, that they're gonna grow up and they're gonna move to Japan because they love Japan, so somehow that'll improve their grades and their work ethic. I hope it does. I really do. I hope it does, because when you become an adult, you have this amazing, at least most people have this amazing capacity to still grow and change. So their work ethic could change completely. My work ethic changed, but it didn't change in the direction I think my parents and people who are moving to Japan would be. If I moved to Japan, I think the work like in the beginning, I think the work culture will crush me. It will definitely crush me. Not maybe like having less and less time for content creation, for example, less and less time to sit there and be like, we're talking about becoming a Japanese citizen. We're not talking about being a foreigner in Japan, right? That's what others want to be. They want to be a not foreigner. They want to be considered Japanese, right? They want to live permanently in Japan. I could continue doing all this stuff as a foreigner, because if I was really embracing this stuff, the first thing you would do is probably give up the internet, probably stop TikToking, right? Stop doom scrolling already. Give up all the things that you find comforting and escape, and work on your work ethic first. That's probably the first thing. Get all your grades up, probably, right? If you want to get into Japan with like an academic route, I would like to think you'd be getting good grades first, right? It's not impressive if you don't get good grades. I honestly think it's not even impressive when you get good grades in high school. The most impressive thing is when you get to university level and you still get good grades, right? That's probably the truth about that. Now, you don't get extraordinary grades. That's a different story, but that's besides the point. Just like you can't suck. It's interesting. Sorry, I wanted to share this thought because I think the internet is a beautiful. It's so cool that, well, I almost feel like it's less so now than it was before, where in certain areas, especially learning, I think learning, like language learning, has become too prescriptional, and it's prescriptional in a way that is really good. It can provide consistent results, but it's also prescriptional in the sense that now more people will fail and give up. So if you get what I mean by this, when you offer, right, the internet likes to optimize. So when you optimize, you have lower choices. You have much lower choices. With lower choices, mean there are lower routes to success. Right? So if you suck with these choices, then you suck. You're just gonna suck it up. That's what happens when optimize and refinement happens. Japan is really good at that. Like, excellent at that. Like, when you give them like a few years on a new concept or a new video game, it gets refined and it works like a well-oiled machine. But that also means that whoever's outside of that can't succeed. Right? Because the system doesn't support that. Right? Meanwhile, on the other hand, the internet is originally was supposed to give you diversity. Which is where the Americana side kind of came in a little bit, where, you know, you got lots of opinions. Therefore, then there are lots of choices. And with conviction, those choices lead to different routes of success. But that's not happening now. Not even on a hobby level, right? When humans start to optimize, things get stamped down. So when a video game doesn't conform to the social status of the internet's dogma, it gets boycotted to high heaven and gets canceled, right? If your way of learning language doesn't conform at least to a significant population, then you are a failure and you are learning incorrectly. And it could be true. I'm telling you, like, we're not talking about true and falses, whether it's right or wrong. It can be right. That's why the majority supports it. The idea is that it is less diverse as well, right? Fewer choices, always aiming for the best ideas, mean fewer choices, mean fewer diversity. So therefore, if you don't succeed in that less diverse environment, then you fail. And that is what makes a place incredibly optimized, incredibly rule restricted, incredibly compliant. Because once it's optimized, it's that way or the highway. And the internet used to be filled with diversity because it hasn't been optimized yet. And now it's getting what I call hyper optimized. It's to the point where people, when someone has a differing opinion, it doesn't exist anymore. If you, like, this very video that I'm doing, this very topic that I'm talking about, doesn't exist in the sphere of most people's understanding of Asian culture, in my opinion, like, or language learning, right? When was the last time you saw your algorithm suddenly pop up with someone explaining that, yeah, if you suck at math right now and you blame school, don't go to a different country that says, like, if you failed, then it's your fault. You know, you suck. You should have gone to cram school and doubled down on it. You should have done makeup tests. You should have studied even harder than you've done before, right? It's not a two-way problem. It's a you problem, right? If I underperform, it is my fault. And knowing that it's my fault, I work harder to do it. If you can't do it, then it's still your fault. Hyper-optimization. How does that... You got an F. That doesn't... No matter what you say, no matter what excuses you have, you got an F. That's hyper-optimization. It's not an A, so it doesn't matter. Whatever your complaints are, you failed a class. That is the objective truth. So you don't explore anything else. They're not going to tell you how to try to do something different. They're going to tell you what everyone else does to improve the method, right? Someone's going to tell you, how do you learn Japanese? Well, you're going to learn Japanese the way everyone else does. But it doesn't work. Too bad. Right? Too bad. But the internet hasn't gone to that point. Like, there's no, like, where, oh, Anki doesn't work for you. It's like, well, there's nothing else, because Anki is the only reason people learn Japanese really well. But the people on the internet act like that. They typically act like that. They think the best way is the only way to learn something, or the best way that they think is the best way. So while this hyper-optimization is starting to congregate opinions and reduce diversity, there's a pushback because the internet is occupied with a lot of different people. There's still pushback, right? There's still competition among ideas, and that's kind of why I really like the internet. Personally, that's my wheelhouse. I don't like living in a place where there isn't constant competitive process. If you're thinking, well, Japan is competitive, it's non-competitive. And what I mean by that is it's non-competitive in its ideas. It tries to constantly be non-competitive in its ideas. It's different. I'm saying non-competitive. That's different from not competitive. A non-competitive environment is when everyone agrees. Math is important. You're failing math. You suck. Because everyone else believes math is important, and you should feel bad for failing math because you know math is important. That's non-competitive. Not competitive is, oh, I failed math. I guess that's okay. It's not like I need math. And then there's competitive. I went to a school that had a good math program. My math program is better than your math program. So therefore, when my grades go up, it's better than what your grade is worth. That is a competitive process. Not only are the standards different, the rules and the comparisons are maybe on different scales, right? The ideas may be different. Oh, I learned calculus in high school because my school offered calculus, and you went to a school that only taught algebra in high school because they're competing, but they don't have the resources to teach calculus in their school. That's the competitive standards. Non-competitive is everyone has the same standards, and in it, you're competing for being better than other people, sure, but the ideas don't compete with each other. Like, if you fail math, then everyone knows you failed. There's no like silver lining to it. There's no silver lining. You just suck at math. There's no alternative way to get better at math or to apply math. You're applying math the same way everyone else does because it's accepted. And obviously, I'm talking about the mindset of it. So I can only imagine what language learning is like in Japan. Like, here's a role reversal. I'm actually genuinely very curious how English is taught in Japan from Japanese teachers, not from the foreigners that teach English. I actually think the foreigners that go there to teach English end up conforming to a lot more, end up conforming. Those who try to break the grain, like try to introduce a new thing, would end up having a conflict of interest with the school system. But it's not, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. Like, a foreigner goes to Japan and they teach English, right? They teach English. I think it's a lot of the people who go to Japan to teach English are individuals who like the conformity aspect already in Japanese. Like they already believe, for example, they move to Japan and they already believe that whatever makes Japan work is superior already. Like, and I'm not saying everyone, but I think there's an ounce of that trust, right? Because of performance. Those who stick out, they actually don't end up staying there. They end up coming back because English is obviously taught differently elsewhere than in Japan. Now, that's not to say I don't have enough stats or stuff to say which one works better, because it's not a competition. In Japan, you adhere to the things that people expect, right? This diatribe that I have, or like the thing that I'm digressing on, that's because I grew up in a diverse environment. The things when I'm thinking of not competitive versus non-competitive and competitive process, that's because all of these exist in a diverse environment, not in a non-competitive environment. When you grow up in a non-competitive environment, you know exactly what's right and what's wrong, what's desirable, right, and what's undesirable. And because you know that, you know how to fix it. Ideally, you would know how to fix it. So therefore, there's no excuses. Or you're expected to have no excuses. So if you start blaming the system, then you're the one that's wrong. Because there are more people that the system succeeded with than your own opinions. Your own opinions matter a lot less. If you think you're different, that's your problem. Right? And that's a really harsh reality, and it applies to a lot of things. So it's a luxury that other people outside of a strong conformist society have. When you say, yeah, you know, I don't like math, so I'm just gonna get a passing grade to, you know, to do something. It's like, well, a passing grade isn't gonna guarantee you a good adult life, for example. You have to get a good grade. Like, don't you want to have the things, right? And it's interesting that it's not obvious or made obvious. Well, I think these things are obviously communicated online, but I'm not sure if kiddos and other people think of this. One last anecdote for this to talk about, like, being a foreigner who's interested in Japanese culture, I suppose. I think there are a lot of university students around the world who prep their life through their university in hopes of, like, oh yeah, you know, I'm gonna go to Japan, teach English, and my first thought is, I really do wish them the best, and I don't think they're gonna be the same person when they succeed. That's usually my thought, because I'm very optimistic. I like to overestimate people than underestimate them. But my first thought, that's my thought and wishful thinking from living in the United States for quite some time. It's quite optimistic, it's nurturing, it's encouraging. On the other side of things that I don't usually say, because I know those people did not grow up in like a Chinese household, for example, is that the way they talk about their university life and the way they're using Japan as a reason for them not to do well now is the reason they're going to fail. And I don't believe that. I try not to believe. Because I earnestly believe on the internet, if you can find motivation from an outside source, it will make the world of difference. So you can call me pretty. It sounds sappy. Maybe it's even starting to sound like a shonen, right? The things that kids like in, want to be seen in Japan and whatnot. Those are the things that it kind of lacks, right? Yeah, you can be very encouraging, but you can be encouraging in a very strict, objective way that is unfilling, right? Which is, I think, the social norm. The lovey-dovey, like, incredibly sappy stuff, that's like the kids' romanticization. And to me, that's the normal situation in, like, where I grow up. I learned a lot from my American upbringing to be nurturing and encouraging. Those were strictly learned from the parents of my friends' parents. They say good job, they hug. You probably, whoever ever watched like a much more popular viral Asian American or something, they probably said this before or made some stereotypes and quips about Asian culture compared to like European culture or American culture, saying hello, saying good job, having smiling, thanking and stuff. That doesn't happen in the household. You're thankful. Everyone is implied that they're thankful, but you can always do better kind of situation. I think there are a couple content creators that share this with like from like Thai families and stuff. It's weird self-pity, like defeating yourself, self-pity, and talking yourself down. That's unsightly. It's incredibly unsightly. And for me, what is one thing that America, at least the United States immediate culture has taught me is I want to pick those people up. That's me in a nutshell. If you're crying and you're like really feeling down on yourself, I hope you find a friend or like a family member that's very supportive and will pick you up, right? And I don't necessarily think that's how it's a little harsh, but I don't think that is concordant with a monocultural high work ethic. It's like not as present. So when you suck it up and deal with it. And that creates a lot of mental wellness questions. And it's not a well-kept secret that various countries that we know that are viewed very romantically also struggles with youth mental health lately, right? And that might also be because of a continued exposure to the internet as well, right? Which the internet is a place where lots of opinions can exist. And I guess I'm guilty, I will concede, as being some of the sappy people. When someone says they hate themselves and feel really useless, I have a habit of wanting to change that. I don't think you get that from places that expect more of you, right? I think if my parents saw me quitting and saying, like, making excuses, like blaming a system where other people have succeeded, that comes off as, in a very loving, tough love way, it's lazy, right? It's lazy. It's basically quitting. And they are excuses. So we didn't make excuses. I most definitely did not. If I lost points, I fight for it. A moment of weakness is not unsavory, right? Self-pity is unremarkable. And yet, I'll end with what I spent most of my time talking about from my experience in Otakon. I spend 90% of my time talking about other people's feelings, their thoughts, how they're managing, how they differ, what are they doing, because going to Otakon and seeing the different types of people who collect due to their interest in Asian culture in general, they all have different relationships with it. And that is kind of why I love living. One of the things I love living in a country that has diversity. For all it's worth, it's chaotic. It also has all the bad things that people highlight because they tend to highlight things, the bad things of a foreign country they don't live in, and they tend to highlight things that are good about their country in these situations. And then other people who hate their own country would like only to look at the good things in another country that they want to go to, right? So one of the things is there's a lot of arguments, there's a lot of disagreements, people can't agree on things, standards are all over the place. It's like, yeah, so is diversity. Yep, there you have it. Sorry, I had a lot of thoughts. It's been that's what happens when you spend 6 to 7 days talking with people, talking with like various people, right? I met like 12 different nationalities in my brief 6 hours, not 6 hours, 6 days, and so much has been collected. I would say if you go to a really strongly monocultural country, you probably get very similar responses. Like, oh, what do you think about this? It's like, work hard. What do you think about this? Work hard. Right. There would be very collective homogeneity. Now, hear me out. Going to a convention is also kind of cool because it does collect different people as well. The internet collects different people, but then they filter you, right? You know, algorithm filters you into similar people. So it can convince you of anything. Like, it can convince you that, for example, I don't know, let's do some hot takes. All Americans are lazy. It can convince you of that. If you don't live in the United States and you type the question, are Americans lazy? And depending on what the perceptions are, like the vast majority perceptions are, you can be convinced that that's the case. Well, I suppose whatever I'm doing now, if you think this is lazy, or if you don't live in the United States and you're looking at me and you're thinking, wow, this is lazy, then yeah, Americans are lazy. Right? That's fair enough. That's the perception of that person. Now, if I described what I did in school and you have worse grades than I do, what does that say about you? Right? I don't like that. I personally do not enjoy that. I'm a little bit biased, but I think that's one of the dangers of algorithm-based internet stuff. If you think you might have cancer, use the internet for a couple months and you will believe most definitely you have cancer. If you are a hypochondriac right now, stay away from the internet. Right? So promoting balance and promoting different thoughts and whatnot can help balance that out. If you think you're a failure now, stay on the internet and you'll probably convince yourself you're definitely a failure then. The internet might change in the future, you know. There's been a lot of government talks and regulations about how do you prevent or how do you sort of mitigate younger people. We're specifically talking about younger people because older ones like myself, we have enough. At least I would say the older you are already, the more experiences you have outside. So you know when you read someone failed a test, so they're a permanent failure for life. If you're like 40 or 50 now, you know that's probably not true. People fail tests all the time. Successful people fail tests. They have examples. But if you're a 16-year-old from like a country that favors standardized testing, and they would go on the internet and say, so what do I do if I fail a test? Right? An algorithm could only give you examples of what happens when you fail a test, and they can all be negative things. It's not responsible for telling you how to recover from a test, how to make up a test, how to improve on a test. It's up to the user to type those things in order to suggest those things. But the search and stuff has been evolving. Now like when someone types, which it may be good or bad, AI is kind of trying to helping out with that. Like when you type I feel sad, right? What kind of search results do you get now? I would say a little bit back, you would get every single blog post of sad people typing about sad things. Probably. Because they're the most overrepresented, right? It will be based on popularity. So if the current trend is a lot of people online are sad and they are posting about being sad, then that person will only get mostly sad things. They would be inundated with sad things. There's no counter argument to that. There's no, like, it's on the whim of the popularity, right? If most people are happy and you're sad, and you type in like, why are there any sad people out there? You can convince yourself you're the only sad person on the internet and everyone else is happy. That actually happens a lot more often. Social media, right? When someone's really depressed and when they're failing, all they see is like extraordinary people who on the surface or whatever curated online are having the time of their life. They're living their greatest life ever, right? And then that's even worse, in my opinion. That's like, that creates envy, jealousy, and coveting for a younger person. Yeah. Anyways, sorry for the long digression, but I wanted to share a lot of my thoughts that come and go when I see people. I think anime conventions or Asian culture celebration conventions in a diverse area makes one appreciate how beautiful and also incredibly destructive and all of the above humanity is. And that's kind of worth living for. Again, though, I already concede to my bias. I have a bleeding heart most of the time for because of American culture. Like, if you my ideal case of helping someone become a better them is to nurture and help them along the way and participate along the way. Not necessarily the tough love situation where you kick a person down and you hope that because they get light a fire under their butt is the only solution to trying to get them to work better. I mean, if I can see that being an appropriate approach, maybe. But I'm more likely to be the nurturing type of person. With that said, though, it has its drawbacks. If someone is not motivated enough, they will continue to be less motivated. So that can happen. It's one of the trademarks, right? If you're too soft and someone is unwilling to understand that, then they can use it as a crutch. Whereas maybe like a work culture like Japan, being soft will get you very little. Discipline will get you more. Okay. Oh, I forgot to mention the delay gratification. Yeah, I'll talk about that next time. It's something that James Clare mentioned that I haven't really vocalized in that way. How like society is now a predominant, the modern society is a predominant delayed reward culture, like current modern human society, like within the last 100 years. And I totally agree with his observation that the last 100 years there's a constant shift to delayed reward, and yet biologically we have psychological, like physiological and psychological, psychological propensities that is incongruous with a delayed satisfaction. I thought that point was very cogent. We'll talk about that maybe tomorrow or the next day. Anyways, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. I still have Hanza Hero to do, but yeah, it's great to be back doing the thing. Hopefully that makes up for my absence. This is for my future self and for other, I guess, if anyone's crazy enough to hear all the rants. But this is my way of recording my thoughts and legacies for the 6-day absence, right? 6-day absence. I obviously have a lot to say to myself in the future, and anyone who might come along to find this stuff interesting. All right. Until then, as always, you're free to follow along, pick up WaniKani and try it out for yourself, right? And feel free to stop on by, share your thoughts. I'm a collector, right? I'm a collector of experiences and stories. Anecdotes are what I live for. And I always like a really wonderful life story, right? Until then, for those who are only interested in WaniKani, hello there, Jack. WaniKani and Japanese, minasan mata ne, ite kurete arigato, right? I'll see you guys next. I'll see those people next time. And thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, get some fuel, maybe some lubrication for my throat, and I'll be back with Hanza here. Thank you.